Right. We live. We are live. Hello. Anybody out there? Pin that in case anyone wants to get a little more info about some fixes that have been confirmed for the beta. All right. Where should we go? We're definitely going to try out challenging settings. Well, not that the challenging settings will be anything necessarily different from before, but with, you know, some of the other changes, it could affect how challenging the challenging actually is. So we'll see how that goes. I think it's actually going to be a little easier, to be honest. Okay, but we got to figure out, we just got to pick a map here, and then we're going to hop in, see what kind of damage we can do. I'm going to try to get a pretty ideal build going here, or just see what we can do, you know, see what kind of ideal build we can get going. Let's think about the Jagged Cliffs. Has been cool. I've already tried that one a few times though. The lake as well. Divided's also a cool map. I like the Divided one because some of the regions are kind of smaller, and the resources don't end up being so spread out. High Peaks I feel is still just my overall favorite though. High Peaks is just the best map. Let's go for it. Alright, cool. Let's see what we got. So we got a regular hunting, a regular stone, a rich iron, and a rich clay, and then a regular mushrooms down here. It's not amazing, but it's not the worst either. I feel like we might re-roll. I also didn't realize this is that the region? Trying to think of what spot I was thinking of. I think we'll go for this region over here. It is cool. This one I've definitely utilized a lot. I've made a whole video about setting up a fort area on this one, so I want to use a different region. All right. I don't think the challenging settings are going to be too much different here, to be honest. And, you know, it's not going to be very much of a different experience than challenging was before, but with a lot of the changes, it'll probably just, you know, change some of the how challenging is, I guess. Yeah, I mean, we got like a rich clay, a rich fish, regular stone. There's like some mushrooms over here, a little bit of salt. I don't really care so much about the regular salt, I guess, but whatever. I mean, I don't want to, you know, re-roll forever to just get something that's like insanely ideal or whatever. So let's just do it. Let's get to it. Let's see what we can do here. City Skies, what's going on, dude? How are you? Hello. Welcome. Cool thing, we don't have to worry about any trees being chopped down here because there's mushrooms way over here, but so we'll go ahead and get chopping trees right here. We'll get our lumber camp, logging camp. Second hitching post is always a must right off the bat. So we'll get that stuff going. Yeah, welcome in. How you guys doing? Good morning. It's early morning for me. I don't know what time it is for you guys, but trying out some live stream stuff here. I figure I might try I made a post about it yesterday, but if there's enough interest in stuff, I can, you know, I would like to do some live streams here and there. Figure it'd be a good opportunity to, you know, answer some questions. I know a lot of people, there's a lot of questions out there, especially with the beta right now and stuff, and try out some new builds and whatnot. Yeah, what's going on, guys? Good morning. Oh, welcome in, guys. How are you? Legacy, most Smarties, what's going on? The new beta build. Yeah, so this is on the beta right now. This is the beta for Manor, which is open to anybody. The beta is available to anybody. And the updates are going to be live very soon. I'm just going to think about real quick here. Where do we want to put our granary? Because we want it to be close to this fishing area, but we also want it to be close to, like, we'll do some other food production from our residential area and stuff. Most Smarties, I appreciate it. Love the channel. Oh, I really appreciate that, dude. That means a lot, honestly. Thank you so much. We're doing our best out here. Alright, so we're going to get a granary right here, because I think this will be a pretty decent area right next to the fishing, and then we'll probably have a residential area right around here too. And then let's get a storehouse. Storehouse probably not too bad. Either over here, because we're near the clay and the wood, we can make like planks and stuff. Or we can just kind of go right next to here and also have it close to the, you know, residential area and stuff. We'll probably have firewood cutting going over in this wooded area as well. Although there's more trees over here, so got a couple options. Let's end that conversation for now. I'm thinking right over here near the granary will be fine for the storehouse. I'm just gonna leave a little gap here so we can have another road access point leading out. Yeah, I really appreciate that. How have you guys been? I'm gonna turn off the day and night cycle here so it doesn't get so dark. But have you guys been liking the videos lately? I hope you guys have been enjoying, and I hope it's been helping you guys in your playthroughs and everything. If you guys have any questions, feel free to. I'm happy to answer. Happy to help out as much as I can. Been testing out as much as possible. Trying to sort through the massive amount of changes that have been implemented here. It's pretty crazy. Alright, cool. So what I'm going to do is just turn off market creation for now, and I'm just going to staff up our storage buildings real quick because I want them to get our initial supplies stored away because there could be rain coming, and we're on the challenging settings. And if our supplies get rained on, they could get destroyed very easily. So we're going to make sure that that gets stored away so we don't lose any of our starting food and firewood and all that kind of stuff. And after we get that stuff stored away, we're gonna get the storehouse here. Same thing. Then we'll probably start getting some housing. So I think now it's gonna be more ideal to build housing more early on now. I know I was a big advocate of, like, I don't know if if you guys have watched like my my video for the like ideal town start, for example, from I don't know, like 6 months ago or something like that. I've always been a big advocate for, it's better to wait to build houses, but I think now with this new setup, it's going to be a lot easier and more ideal to just build your houses like right away, pretty much. I think still getting the storage up is kind of paramount, especially if you're on challenging. You don't want to lose any supplies to the weather, but I think now building houses like pretty much right away is going to be better. So we can see now it's about to rain, and we've pretty much got all of our supplies stored away. There we go. So we're not going to lose any of those starting supplies to this weather here. So that was good. Good timing. concept. Oh yeah. Let me check out your comments here, guys. Real quick, I'm gonna unstaff here because we're done storing those supplies. But yeah, see how we got that just in time? This rain right now would be destroying our supplies otherwise, so that was good timing there. I'm going to just set up a couple building tasks. I'm going to check out all your guys' comments here real quick. Let's do... I'm thinking we'll put a market right here. And then we'll have housing just all along this area. These tents are kind of in the way right now. But let's just build some other ones in another area for now. Maybe... let's leave a little area here just in case we need like some other kind of storage buildings or some stuff. But we're going to, let's just get, I want to get our first 5 houses up and running here. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't quite have enough resources, so let's start with 3. Let's get that going. All right. Concept. You're having some trouble with the beta. Cannot keep enough clothing and supply for tier 3. Yeah, that's a bug right now. The clothing is bugged. If you check out the video that I have pinned here in the chat, I share some critical information about that specifically. The clothing, and then some other bugs that they've already confirmed that have been fixed. Not that we have access to the fixes yet, but they just, they've just announced that they have fixed it internally. But the clothing situation is bugged right now. Definitely recommend checking out that video that's pinned in the comments if you guys haven't. It has a lot of, like I said, shares some info about some fixes from the for the beta, but also some really good information about how good sheep are and livestock and how you can utilize those for clothing and food and all that kind of stuff. I mean, we'll do a lot of that here in this stream, but anyways, long story short, the clothing situation is bugged because they consume the clothing at an extreme rate right now. They're supposed to consume clothing. I think the one of the developers said that it's supposed to be every 180 days, but right now on the beta it's being consumed every 30 days. So it's like 6 times faster than it's supposed to be. So it feels like, so for example, if you have like a dozen houses that are, level 2 that want clothing, and you have a tailor shop up that's making like a few clothing at a time, it feels like it's just disappearing because those clothes never even make it, to the light of day because they just get immediately consumed incorrectly, basically. Yeah, you hate the mining bug, Osho? Yeah, no, I hear you. The mining one is definitely, yeah, I've heard a lot of people, I think that's honestly been the #1 comment that I've noticed on the channel since the beta has dropped is the mining issues. That is another one that they confirmed that, yeah, they said in the notes there that they are going to be increasing the mining speeds. That being said, just a note here, I don't know if anyone in here has fallen into this trap maybe, but I just want to mention, I feel like the #1, like along the lines with the mining, I feel like the absolute #1 comment that I've seen on the channel in the last couple weeks has been about the deep mines in particular, specifically the deep mines, and how the deep mines are incredibly slow and feel like they're bugged and stuff like that. And just know that the deep mines have actually, if you guys aren't aware, the deep mines have actually always reduced the mining productivity of the workers at the deep mine compared to if they're just mining the surface materials. So it's far more ideal to just mine out the regular amount that's on the surface and then upgrade it to a deep mine afterwards. So I think now that the deep mine is not hidden behind the development perk, and matter of fact, I believe the deep mine was a 2nd tier development perk, right? And it was hidden behind, I think you had to go into armor making, which I think just like not a lot of people invested in that, and I feel like it was a lot more rare to get a rich iron vein too in previous versions. But now that it is just standard available, I think a lot of people place down the mine and they see the button to, and the tooltip, as you know, as we know in Manor, you know, they've gotten a lot better with a lot of these tooltips, have way more information, but some of them are still, you know, either just completely incorrect or lacking. That's definitely one of them because it does not say anything about it on the tooltip, but it definitely reduces the productivity. So just make sure if you're placing a mine, guys, and you're like automatically thinking like, oh, I'm just going to upgrade the mine right away and it's going to be better as a deep mine. That's a misconception. Definitely make sure that you mine the surface materials first. We're going to get our 5 houses here, and then our homeless tents will go away, and then we'll move on to the next set of tasks here. Lots of great tips from the videos. I appreciate that, most Maris. It means a lot, dude. Thank you. Yeah, the game is so different from in the beta. There's an insane amount of changes and adjustments, right? Change your strategies after each playthrough. Honestly, I'm still. That's why I haven't really posed. I'm still kind of experimenting myself. So I'll kind of think out loud here with a lot of this stuff, and you know, we'll figure it out together for some of this. But yeah, I think like I said, first change here. Like I said, if you remember some of my previous videos with the town startup stuff, I would never recommend building houses this early. But I think that's going to be the way now. But this is on the challenging setting, so we're already pretty low on approval. Of course, I'm not like extremely locked in either, but we're gonna have to get that sorted out here pretty quick. I think we're gonna need a let's get a fishing hut. Let's put a fishing hut like right here. We're gonna get fishing, and then we're gonna get a food stall. Food stall and firewood stall set up here ASAP because we need our people to get those essential goods here right away. Since we're on the challenging, we can't afford any more approval loss. Bullet, hey, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Labrinto Digital, what's going on, dude? What is the clothing situation? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm probably a little slow on replying to the comments here. Concept, yeah, that's what you're trying now. Sheep, perfect. Yes, the sheep, guys, sheep are insane. Sheep are like absolutely S tier. I cannot recommend enough. Make sure you're investing in sheep in every playthrough. All right, so we got our approval up here, and we're probably gonna do the economy strategy too that I shared in the economy guide. So we'll get that going here. So we're gonna put down a firewood here. So far we've got in. First thing we did was logging camp and second hitching post for second ox. Then we did granary and storehouse just to get our initial set of supplies safely put away. Then we did housing, which, like I said, I would never. This is definitely vast, like completely different than a starting build order that I would say pre-beta. But you can see our approval is fine, and once again, we're on challenging settings, so the approval loss is going to be more extreme here than just on the regular settings. But yeah, you can see how even building houses this early, our approval is actually going up. Yeah, I think you guys saw we were at 23% or something, right? So I think it's a lot easier now to gain approval, especially in the earlier stages. So I think the challenging might be overall just easier in that regard, but we'll see how it goes. We're getting firewood and fishing going because we have our food stall and common goods stall up now. That being said, we kind of need to keep these guys staffed at the granary and the storehouse. Otherwise, they will abandon their stalls, and we need the goods distribution to continue now at this point. So we're pretty much down 2 families full time here, and then we're gonna need to micromanage our starting families here as best as possible. I suppose we should also give them a water well. Wherever we can fit that. Let's just put it right here, right next to the market and stuff. Cool. Curious streaming on YouTube and not on Twitch too. Yeah, I do have a Twitch. I have a Twitch channel. I've streamed a lot on Twitch. I just, I don't really have that much of a presence on Twitch in comparison. Let's just say if I was streaming on Twitch right now, I don't think like most of you guys probably wouldn't know I was on there, right? So I think it's I'm experimenting coming on to YouTube. I haven't only streamed I think once on YouTube before, so But I have streamed quite a bit on Twitch. I used to be very active streaming on Twitch. I still do stream on Twitch. I stream more like game development on Twitch. I don't know if I'm sure many of you guys obviously follow the channel for Manor Lords and stuff like that, but yeah, I mean, I also do solo development. I have my own project, have a Steam page for it and stuff, a little town builder. Inspired by all this kind of stuff. Nothing near this level, obviously, but I'm still working on it. But yeah, the mining bug can be handled temporarily with importing. Right. Right. There's no way to get around the high. Right. If you have a large town, it's impossible to add. Yeah, no, so it's true. It's true, Smarties. Yeah, right now it's really hard. I'm gonna staff up this fisherman's hut so we get that going. We have our woodcutter's lodge coming up and our well here. Yeah, no, it's true. Right now it's really hard to get to tier 3 housing. So we'll see what we can do here on the challenging settings, which makes it obviously even a little bit more hard, but I just want to test out some things and maybe try to show how.
Well, perhaps it was simply a bad batch.
How, dude, these villagers, I swear, they always. I don't know how to turn off the voice lines either. I swear, I have tried like turning off like the voice lines, like I swear, I've tried like turning off so many things, and they just, I don't know, they're always giving their pitch, you know? Like, come and get your firewood. I respect the hustle, though, you know? Oh, yeah, I'll show... Yeah, here's the Twitch link. It's just Coville Gaming. Same handle. Here, I'll post it one sec. Yeah, I mean, if there's more interest for Twitch, I mean, I'm definitely not against streaming on Twitch. Like I said, I stream a lot on Twitch. It's probably maybe a little more convenient, I guess, but it's just most of the audience is here, so. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on some comments here. Sorry, guys. Let me get one more. See, we're above. We're like in the positive on approval already. So I mean, we can even build. Let's just make sure we still have more housing areas. Quick note on the. Let's do two. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Quick note on the before I'm going to answer you guys' questions here. Just one sec. Sorry, I'm falling behind on that. But quick note. I see another thing that I've seen a lot of people asking about is like housing sizes. You know what I mean? What should I make a single size house? Should I make a double size house? You know what I mean? So I think in the current state of things, it's better to do single plot housing for a couple of reasons. So first of all, the regional wealth. So you know when you level up your houses to level 2 or level 3, they start to automatically generate regional wealth automatically, like as like a tax or a luxury tax or whatever. It used to be per family living in the house. So like if you had a double plot level 2 house, both of the families that lived in the house would each be contributing to the regional wealth generation. Now it's just per house, per plot. So having a double plot with 2 families living there versus a single plot with 1 family living there, they're going to net you the same amount of regional wealth taxes. So you definitely want to make sure that you're limiting the double housing as much as possible in that regard, I guess. Like it's more efficient to, you know what I mean? You're going to get more out of a single house in that regard. I think the double housing is pretty much only going to be, and I see a lot of people also asking about like for artisan shops and stuff. I guess some of that can come down to just preference or like, if you have a certain production chain that's, you're really cranking out bread or whatever it is, and maybe you want a double housing for more production. I mean, sure, there's nothing wrong, but I think I would just kind of in general recommend just single housing now, with the only exceptions being like if you're building like a really large backyard vegetable garden, for example. Yeah, you're still going to want a double plot for that for sure. You're still going to want to, you want the max amount of families living on that housing plot. But pretty much in every other case, I think it's going to be more ideal to just go single plot housing now, moving forward. Let's see. Will you make a how-to video again when it's out of beta? Yeah, for sure, dude. Oh, we got plenty more videos just coming in general, yeah. And I'm not sure exactly what you mean by how-to, but I guess I'm assuming you mean kind of just like a full playthrough, I guess, or like the or do you mean like the town startup, like how to start your town ideally or whatever? Definitely have a lot. I have several guides that are going to need to be revamped, and then I'm going to be posting more playthroughs and stuff once I get more of this kind of ironed out and a little more the info dialed in and strategies. Got the game. Jimmy, what's going on, Jimmy? You got the game 3 days ago. Been playing non-stop. Nice. Yeah, the clothing is bugged. Yes. Yep. So yeah, if you check out the video that is pinned here in the chat, that will pretty much answer all your questions. If you have any questions about the clothing situation, the video that I have pinned in the comments here or in the chat, pretty much covers all that. Explains, shares some info about some fixes that they've confirmed, and then also just kind of some general info about clothing and how you can set up a good production chain for it and stuff. If it's not, if you're still not able to get it going 100% in the beta, it's, no shame in that at all. It's just, it is technically kind of bugged right now, so. But you can definitely still learn the techniques to use and apply those same things once it does get technically fixed. You notice the timber won't store in the storehouse in beta concept. Yeah. So timber, you mean from the from the logging camp? Excuse me. Sorry. So timber you cannot store in a storehouse. Timber is a unique resource that can only be stored at a logging camp. So timbers, because they're so big and heavy or whatever, timbers can only. I'm going to assign a woodcutter here because we need firewood coming in.
Don't be shy. Good.
Timbers can only be stored at a logging camp, and they can only be transported by an ox. So timbers, that's a unique. That's a unique resource. Yeah, every other resource can be transported by hand and stored in a storehouse or whatever. But timbers, yes, you're going to need to. If you're finding that your logging camp is like full on storage or whatever, you can build another logging camp. Logging camps do cost. You need to have tools and. So it's not the most convenient at this point, especially with the tool cost, but that's basically the only way to gain more storage for timbers. If that's what you're trying to do. He's fake. Yeah. Any plans of speedrun videos? Yeah, absolutely, dude. I know. Yeah, if you've been following the channel for a while, I do love the speedruns and the challenge runs. 100%. That has been on my mind. Yeah. When I don't know if you guys saw the bread video that I posted, but yeah, with the bread thing, I was that got me thinking about a speedrun right there, because I was like, oh my god, I mean, you could because really one of the big challenge, I think one of the main challenges with the speedrun, at least once you've got a lot of the other strategies down, I guess, is that it's really hard to gain enough influence. That's what really usually ends up holding you back, because it's 1,000 influence per neutral region or 2,000 influence per, if you're trying to take a region from an enemy. And the influence is still like really slow to gain, but if you use that bread technique and you just produce like a billion bread, you can sacrifice a ton of, just go to the church and or whatever and make huge tith sacrifices. So I think using that strategy, a speedrun could be pretty bonkers. So I've definitely been thinking about that. That's always on my mind. Yeah, I'm definitely into the speedruns and challenge runs. I've been thinking about that. Or different goals. Yeah, no, that's a really good idea too. I like that idea too. Like a challenge run, speed run that's not necessarily like a, like a territorial speed run or a combat speed run, but like, let's see how fast can we get to the max settlement level or something like that. Yeah, no, I'm into that. Yeah, if you guys are into that too, I'll definitely work out some strategies and set that up for sure. What else we got going on here? We're gathering food. We're gathering firewood. Let's get a saw pit because we want planks. I'm gonna put that like right here next to our storehouse. So we want planks, and then we're gonna want charcoal. So let's get our saw pit for planks, and then we're gonna get charcoal over here. And I'm just gonna put charcoal like right here because we're gonna put the trading post like right next to that. So we're gonna have. So right here, see what we got going on? We got storehouse, charcoal, trading post. Right here is going to be like, we're just going to be cranking out charcoal. We're going to be making buku bucks. And we'll probably move the woodcutter lodge right next to this too. So it's just firewood, charcoal, storage, trading post, boom, boom, boom. That's what we want. So we're going to get that going. I'm gonna try to keep up with your guys' comments here. I appreciate all the interactions and support and comments and questions, guys. It really means a lot. So thank you so much. Sorry I'm falling behind. Let's see. Where were we? Let's see. Is can I activate the version beta, Javier? Yes, you can. Yes. So in the here, let me link for you here. Link.
Step right up and sample.
Copy. Here you go. Patch info and beta. Sorry, I typed that like crap, but yeah. The link I linked in the description there the article if you want to connect to the beta. The article I linked in the description there in that video that I linked right there has the information for what's up with the beta, and then has on the bottom of that article has the steps to connect to the beta. Yeah, Jimmy, BR Racing. 1K yarn. Oh, you mean in the pinned video? In the pinned video, I think the population's around 100. If that's what you're asking about, sorry if I misunderstood. I think it's a total population of about 100 in that video. It's like 30 some families, about 100 pop or so. Right now in this one we're still small. Matter of fact, I think I need to build a couple more houses here. I'm actually going to map out one of those really large veggie gardens here. So I'm going to move our hitching posts out of the way. Move both of these out of the way. All right, and then I'm going to use this little spot right here. This might be actually perfect because I'm seeing a little window right here which might like fit a yeah, let's see. Ooh, yeah, see, look at that, guys. See what I mean? We got a nice double housing right here, and then we got this massive, and it's nice and square too, so this is going to be a great setup. So we're going to plot that in. And we'll get a little look here at, we can do veggies or orchards. Do you guys want me to put a veggie garden here or an orchard? I mean, we can do another one too and, do more, but this one's looking like a pretty ideal kind of shape and size. Let's see. Can the charcoal making guys take firewood directly from the woodcutters, or will they only take it from the storage building? Great question. They can do both. They can do either, as far as I'm aware. We'll take a look here just to confirm for ourselves live, but as far as I'm aware, I'm pretty sure they can do either or. Whatever is like the closest available to them, I believe, is just what they take into account. So our population is growing. Charcoal's coming in. Trading post is up. We're going to move the woodcutter right here, right next to the charcoal, and then we'll get a first-hand view of whether or not these charcoal guys go pick it up from here or if they go to the storage or whatever. I'm gonna give up on producing clothes. Yeah, no, like I said, it's you know, it's totally fair if like if the clothing situation is just kind of like too much of a burden or headache or whatever to deal with right now. Totally fair if you just, you know what I mean? Like, it's technically not working correctly, so, yeah, totally understandable if you're just wanting to wait till that gets, fixed up or whatever. I'm also going to put in, we're going to get ahead of the game here on a couple of foresters' huts. It's always a really good idea to make sure we're replanting trees near our, wherever we're, chopping down trees. And we have one extra family available right now. We're going to go ahead and we've got 2 more housing spots available with this place. So we're good for a second on that. We're going to staff up charcoal. And we're going to get that rocking. And then as soon as we have a little bit of charcoal, we're going to start selling. You love the villagers. I know, right? They are pretty funny. The villagers are pretty funny. The villagers are pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie to you guys though. Like sometimes when I'm trying to record a video and I'll be like, halfway through like my spiel or whatever, and it's like a good take and everything, and then all of a sudden they're like, come on, come all to the market, and I'm just like, dude, you just ruined my whole recording, like. And so sometimes I'll literally go and like right before I start recording, I'll turn off the market stall thing so they're not working at the market, and so they don't say those freaking lines. Oh my gosh, they be driving me crazy, guys. And I swear, there's no. I swear, none of these categories like actually control the voice lines of the people who work at the market. I don't know what. Greg is just. He's messing with us, Let's see. Sheep herding is real easy. Yeah. The sheep herding is so easy. Yeah. So you guys will see here. I'm gonna use the trade setup here. So we're gonna get charcoal going.
Come on.
And then there you go. Come on, come on. All right, so we're going to get the charcoal going. We're going to start selling that. And then we're going to easily have the money that we need to start importing livestock. And then we're going to start ramping that up. And we're just going to follow a lot of those strategies from the economy thing. And we'll see how good it works here. But so actually, let's keep an eye on here. I want to make sure we're answering that question accurately about if we're getting the firewood directly from the firewood cutter, or if they're only getting it from the storage. So we'll watch them. See, looks right here. Look at this guy right here. See? He just went and grabbed, see, we can see it right here. This charcoal burner just went and grabbed firewood directly from the firewood cutter, right? So, there we have it. So I think basically they will just collect it from whatever's the closest in proximity. That being said, I think you still want to have, a large portion of it will probably still end up going to the storehouse, so I think you still want to have it near both, essentially. But that's going good. We got that rolling. While we're waiting for a bit of these resources to gather up, I'm going to put someone on the foresters. We're going to make sure we have constant tree supply over here, so our firewood production and charcoal production is just rocking. Is good for the community, this content. Yeah, thanks, dude. I'm glad to hear that. Really glad to hear that. Multi-stream. Yeah, I've thought about that. It is technically not allowed. Like, you're technically not supposed to multi-stream. Obviously, plenty of people do it. So, it's definitely, a thing. I have thought about it. Apple tree is OP. Yeah. Double house for workers. Yeah, no, that's a good point too, Andres. Yeah, no, that's a really good point too. See, yeah, I think that's a good use of a double house too. Like if you wanna make sure that you're like if you only have a small area that you could potentially place houses that could be near like a work site. Yeah, definitely. I think that's a great use of the double housing in that situation as well too. Yeah, because then you could make sure that you've got those workers in close proximity. Whereas maybe if you built them only as single houses, then maybe you'd only be able to fit 3 families there instead of 6 or something like that. Totally agree. Yeah, those are the type of situations that you should be using the double housing for. Yes, not just in general. Whereas, like I said, I think a lot of people beforehand would use the double housing just like in general for majority of the houses in their town, just because it was a little bit more efficient across the board. But now that the tax and the consumption. So, it's actually a twofold thing. I know I kind of started on that earlier, but the tax money from the single housing, like I explained earlier, is better if you do single now instead of double because it's per plot, not per family. And inversely, the consumption is now per family and not per plot, right? So those kind of got switched. So now, previously, you would make more money and consume less resources in a double plot. Now it's the opposite. You make less money and consume more resources in a double plot. So they pretty much completely flipped it, right? So now a single plot is far more efficient overall. But once again, yeah, Andres, I think that's a great example of how you should, could and should use double housing. Yes. How can we even go to the level 3? Yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard, Damon. Yeah. What's going on, by the way, dude? Welcome in. Yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard to get to level 3 right now. I wouldn't, it's technically not impossible, like I showed in the pinned video, I did, we might even be able to do it here to get some level 3 houses up and running and stuff. It's just really, it's just broken. Yeah, it's just broken right now, so.
Keep your half warm.
And that's just a beta thing. Once again, it's already been fixed internally, so not to worry. But is there a map that actually has all the resources? So I think it's possible. Yeah, like both, for example, if it had like an eel deposit and like a regular fish deposit. I think that is possible, yes. That being said, I don't think it's possible necessarily in this map. Yeah, I don't think it's possible in this map because the eel can only be, I think, from like a big lake or river, not like from a little pond. But I think it is possible. That being said, it's not based on like the map. That's just like a random chance with the resource. Whenever you, so for example, if we were to choose like a region on the new big lake map, the Lake Lem or whatever, there's a possibility that you get like a fishing pond in your region, and then you also have an eel deposit like on the shoreline of the lake or whatever. So it is. I think it is possible, yeah, to get both types. It's just a random chance. But if you wanted to get, in this example, both types of the fish, I think you would need to have access. It would need to be a region that has access to either along a river or a lake. And I don't mean like just like a little, like a big lake, and not just like a river, little river like this, but like on the actual like winding river, like the big river. You know what I mean? Then you'll get the eel deposits.
Poor qualities.
Will an upgrade become available for the logging camp? No. And as far as, no, there's no way to upgrade the logging camp yet. I don't know if that'll be a thing maybe in the future, but for now, there's no way to upgrade the logging camp now. It's just, it is what it is, yeah. So, kind of to your point here, like we're getting nearly full on storage here. For me, what I'm going to do is just take off the worker, because I don't necessarily need like a massive you know, I don't necessarily need like a massive supply of timbers lying around. I'm just going to use those timbers that we have, and we're instead just going to put them on the saw pit here, and that way we still have an unassigned family to move the ox, and we're going to start using some of these timbers to turn into planks. That being said, I'm going to kind of do a similar thing over here because we can see our charcoal is already, we've already got 80 charcoal. We could have been selling already for a little bit. Obviously, we're just kind of answering questions and stuff too, which is fantastic. But yeah, we're going to go, I'm going to move my charcoal worker to the trading post, and then we're going to go ahead and go to fuel, unlock this with our 30 regional wealth left over from our starting amount, just like from the economy guide. And we're going to go export. And I don't care about having any surplus right now. Literally sell everything.
Firewood.
There we go. So what we did was we moved our logging person to the saw pit, so we're starting to make planks, and then we moved our charcoal person to the trading post to stock up the charcoal that we've already produced, and we're going to start getting income started. And let's see. Hey, Noturno, what's going on, dude? Welcome. Do you know if they will give us a hot fix for the clothes? Yeah. I don't know, but I'm going to. I'm gonna give a pretty firm guess that it's no, that we're not gonna see a hot fix. I think we're just gonna see the actual patch, and I think that's gonna be sooner than we maybe anticipate. And here's why. Because Farthest Frontier is releasing on Thursday. Yeah, so less than a week, yeah. So Farthest Frontier is releasing less than a week from today, next Thursday. I'm feeling pretty confident that they're trying to compete with Farthest Frontier, you know what I mean, on that release. And I don't know, this is just my own personal speculation here. This is I don't work for Manor Lords. I'm not even part of the I only have access to what anyone else has access to, you know, the Reddit, the Discord, whatever. But just my own personal speculation is that based on the fact that we haven't really heard much from them, you know what I mean, in the last months. Hasn't been completely silent, but you know, their communication has been pretty sparse. And then all of a sudden, Farthest Frontier made their announcement about releasing their game finally. And then, you know, not a week after that, Manor Lords came out and had a whole, you know, oh, we're also doing a whole bunch of cool stuff, you know what I mean? So it's kind of, I don't know, to me it was pretty obvious that they're, you know, they're trying to compete with Farthest Frontier. So yeah, that being said, I'm willing to bet that we're going to see the this update basically within a week, yeah. You know what I mean? So so to answer your question, I don't think there's going to be a hot fix because I think they're just going to push out the whole patch. Yeah. Once again, that's just speculation. That's just my own personal speculation. Yeah, that's nothing official. Sorry, my still early morning for me. I need to drink some more coffee or tea or whatever. All right, Chill Pill, what's going on, dude? Oh, Chill Pill, yeah, I've seen you around in the comments, dude. What's going on? Yeah, I've seen a lot of you guys around in the comments. So it was just once again, shout out, you guys appreciate it. Yeah, thank you so much for being here and supporting the channel and all that. Definitely means a lot, guys. We already made one small charcoal sale. We're starting to get that going. Real quick, let's just make a couple adjustments and then we'll continue on the comments there. What else? We need another house, right? Oh no, we just built 2 more. We're good. Okay. I think the next thing we want to think about is maybe the church. Let's take them off of here. I think we're good for the church, right? Yeah, let's go ahead and get our church up and then we'll move on. Church you want to have like in a central position as possible because they'll visit the church constantly to like go pray. So if you put it really far out of the way, they'll be trekking across town to go pray all the time, which is not great. I mean, over here is not too bad, I guess. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's not far, right? I kind of like that. At that little angle or whatever. Let's just put a little road so it's kind of attached. I think I'm gonna get rid of one of these houses because I want to have a connection right here to the main road. We'll just replace it. Alright, we'll get those going. Cool. Yeah, so Chill Pill, you put 3x3 corpse pit. Corners will be burger spots, and one corner is veggies and fruits. Everything's fine, but as you grow and reach around 40 plots or so. Oh yeah, are you talking about like the flexo, like a flexo kind of setup, basically, right? Like a Tacticat flexo. And then yeah, everything works, but as you grow, right? Yeah, it becomes really hard to keep up due to the bugged consumption rates. Yeah, definitely.
You'll not find finer wares anywhere else. Don't be shy, good sirs and ladies.
The new development system is difficult to navigate. You have a bunch of choices. Oh, we just made a decent sale right there. I'm going to pause real quick. I want to make sure I'm keeping up with these, though. Smarties. Yeah, you got a bunch of choices. Yeah, they all come with 3 benefits and 1 nasty caveat. Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's been revamped quite a bit, right? I'm going to order a horse here real quick because we're going to make sure our trader has the horse. You know, I've harped on this before, but if you guys are not aware, when you're doing trades, majority of your trade income is going to come from if you have horses available for your traders. That way they're able to take bulk amounts of the supplies to the trade point, and they make way more money that way. So we're going to get a horse imported here. We also have more villagers that have moved into the town, right? So let's get our timber situation going again. Let's also get, we want to harvest these stones that are right here. So I'm going to go stone gatherer camp real quick. And this is just a temporary building because we're going to harvest the stone and then it's going to be done, you know. So whatever, we'll just put it right there. I also want to think ahead about our tool requirements, right? So this is a big one. I know this is, so we talked about like the clothing thing and the housing and, you know, a lot of the main like questions or whatever that I've seen on the channel and stuff. This is the next in the mining, right? This is the next biggest one, is which kind of goes hand in hand with the mining, I guess. But the tools, right? The maintenance, the tools. So you guys will notice here, we do not have iron in our region, right? No iron. So that being said, we got to think about like, right, we're getting kind of near the end of year 1. That means our supply of tools is going to be dwindling. I noticed pretty much by year 2, you need to have more tools coming in. So that's why it's very important that we're already starting trade, right? We're already making money on the charcoal, and we're going to be making even more now that we got the horse coming in. So we're going to need to make sure that we're importing either iron ore or, you know, already made iron or whatever. I'm probably just going to do iron ore because that way I don't need to unlock the trade route or anything, you know what I mean? But that's something that we just, you know, we got to keep on the radar and making sure that we're thinking ahead about that, because if we forgot about that and we got into the second year and our tools are out, it's, you know, it's going to be it's really hard to recover from that point. You kind of need to, you know, be ahead of it. So pathfinding is an issue. I have another note on that too real quick, but pathfinding is an issue too. Yeah. No, it's true. I've noticed that. Yeah, definitely if you use the 12x speed, the pathfinding in particular with the oxens, they get stuck. And then anyone who, like the storage workers, where they're taking the carts like in and out of the buildings, those in particular get like jammed up. Yeah, when you go max speed. That being said, you can just set it back to normal speed for a second or two. The traffic jam will sort out, and then you can go back to max speed real quick. But obviously, it's only a matter of time until the next traffic jam happens. But oh man, they're stealing our fish. We're gonna have to take care of those bandits, yo. The mouse wheel is the control over the vocal stuff. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you zoom out far enough, then you don't hear the voice lines. Yeah, that's true. That's why sometimes if you'll notice, I'll be in the middle of saying something, and then they'll start yapping, and then I'll just like zoom out right away. Farthest Frontier is similar to Manor Lords. Yeah, it is very similar, Chill Pill. Yeah, if you've never heard, dude, I really appreciate that. Love my videos, don't miss any, dude. That means a lot, man. Like I said, I just know I'm just a dude, doing my best and trying to grow my channel and putting out like genuine content. I'm not sponsored by anything or anyone or whatever, so that means a lot. I really, really appreciate that, honestly. So thank you so much. But yes, Farthest Frontier, if you've never heard of it, is very similar to Manor Lords. Yes, it's not as like immersive. You know what I mean, with the graphics and stuff. Manor Lords is pretty special in that way, obviously, but it's very similar in like the town operations and the resource gathering and it's very similar in a lot of ways, like in the gameplay. It's obviously not exactly the same. There's definitely differences, but it is very similar. Yeah, I would say it's like the next closest thing to Manor Lords. Yeah, it's a grid building system, so that it's not like Manor Lords. How you can just that's one of the most cool things about Manor Lords, right? Is that you can you don't have to follow a grid system, and you can freeform build with a lot of things, particularly the roads, and you can make like a windy you wouldn't be able to do this in Farthest Frontier. It's a grid building system. That being said, it's still really good. It's not like a really annoying or restrictive grid building system, I guess, necessarily. I mean, it can be, but yeah, other than that, like the complexity of the game and all those other aspects are very similar to Manor Lords. Yeah. So we're good on fishing right now. I'm gonna halt them on fishing right now. We want to leave like half of the fish in here to let it regenerate. So I'm gonna take them off. We got plenty of food too for now. We got 7 months of food, so I'm not worried about that. That being said, we do want to think ahead about some food, right? So we want to. Oh, what did you guys? Should we do an orchard or a veggie here? We'll put this one in. Let's take a look here at our environment too. We didn't look at that either, did we? I guess we have a small pollination. We're mostly meadow, or excuse me, we're mostly woodland. So pigs might be really good here then, right? Because we have a woodland. Yeah, so we don't really have too much benefits from the pigs. Would pretty much be our main benefit that I think we could utilize here from the woodland. We have a small meadow, so maybe we'll put in a bunch of pig pens too. But what should we put here? Either veggies or apples. We can put in either one. I have found that the pears are really good on the orchards, and then I think just the carrots on the veggies seem to be really good. Yeah, hey Grizzly, what's up, dude? Thanks for the awesome mailers. I appreciate that, dude. When I import sheep, they spawn far outside the map, and sheep farm workers chase them forever. Gotcha. Have I seen this? Yeah, so when you import the sheep, they spawn far outside the map. Sheep farm workers chase them forever. I'm assuming it might just I'm assuming what we're looking at here is potentially just a like a pathing issue. Here comes our horse, by the way. Our trader's gonna have his horse now. I'm assuming what's going on there is maybe just a pathing issue, Grizzly. So what happens when you build we can actually, let's go ahead and see for ourselves here, because I'm at that point where I want to start importing livestock pretty soon too. So what happens though when you put your livestock trader, I'm going to staff up our charcoal again now that we have staff available, by the way, and our saw pit since we have the staff, and I'm also going to get a bloomery and a smithy, because we were thinking ahead about making those tools, right? So we're gonna go bloomery and smithy. Okay, so yeah, when you staff up the livestock trading post and you tell them go import sheep, they're going to go to one of the trade points that are off the map. So that's going to be like, if you scroll out and you see on the edges of the map, you'll see like these blue icons here. If you hover over them, it'll say trade point. This is where your traveling traders go, like the ones that you assign to the trading post that now he has like the horse. He's going to take loads of goods to sell to these trade points. And same thing with the livestock. So the livestock workers, they're going to walk, basically, if we put the livestock thing right here, they're going to walk down this King's Road and they're going to walk to this trade point, and then they're going to get the sheep, and then they have to walk back to the town from there with the sheep, and they do it one at a time. But it is possible, like we were just mentioning with like the pathing issues, it's definitely possible that like, your worker goes to the trade point, gets the sheep, and then on the way back, then they have, some crazy pathing issues or something. You know what I mean? So that might just be a situation of, I don't know if maybe you're on the max speed, maybe you need to slow it down real quick, let the pathing kind of fix itself, and then go big again. Not sure if that maybe is what's going on, but that sounds like it maybe has the highest potential. Is there a storm going on? I just noticed too, there's like these crazy, let's see if we can get some views of the lightning. I think this is new too. I don't remember noticing this before, but I had noticed there was like a heavy storm in one of my playthroughs the other day. Yeah, and there was like intense like lightning and everything. Like the visual effects were way more intense than I remember anything before. Might not be able to see it so much here with the cliff sides in the way, but kind of. Yeah, we can kind of see it, but like there was like, you could see like the pillars of lightning and everything. It was crazy. So I don't know if that's what was happening with your sheep, but I feel like that has the highest potential. Otherwise, like, yeah, I don't really know. Like the sheep do have some, they have some weird pathing things, so it might just, I'm feeling like it's probably just a pathing thing. In which case, maybe just try to reset the speed. I don't know if that's what was going on, but apologies if that's not necessarily the solution, but I can't really think of what else it could be off the top of my head. Yeah, veggies first. Okay, cabbage. I know, dude. That's true though, Matthias. The orchards do look amazing. Let's go veggies though. I see a couple of you guys saying veggies. Let's do veggies. The orchards do look amazing. That's one of the big benefits with orchards too, is that like aesthetically they're just yeah, they're great. Oh, I'm bummed. We got a patch of area here that's not being utilized, but that's okay. It's gonna be plenty of area for them to use here anyways. Yeah, so I haven't tried the cabbages yet, guys. I've only tried the beetroots and the carrots. I did notice that the carrots were like significantly better than the beetroots. Like by within the first year, like literally double the amount of harvest. So I don't know, yeah. It doesn't really seem like the beetroots are very worth it. I haven't tried the cabbages though. I've heard mixed reviews about the cabbages. I've heard some people saying that the cabbages are like even worse than the carrots. And then I've heard some people saying that the cabbages are the top yield. So I'm not really sure. Anyone in here tried them out? Chill Pill, I see you saying the cabbage is good too. We could try them here. We'll do an orchard too. I mean, we could build more of them and, maybe try some comparisons or whatever. I don't necessarily have too much, like, open space. I think maybe we move our logging operation. Let's move that over here. And then we'll do some more houses over on that side. So we're going to move our logging operation over here. We're going to get that process going. They're going to have to haul all this stuff. So that'll take them a hot second, but... and then we're selling charcoal. Yeah, we're still selling charcoal. We have our horse here now. Okay, perfect. So once this guy comes back, he'll grab the horse, and then he'll be making bulk trades. Good, good, good. And we'll clear out some more space here to make maybe another couple veggie and or orchard plots over here too. Get a look at some more of those. I'm gonna move the hitching posts over towards our new logging area. Let's put a road real quick.
Don't be shy, good sirs and ladies.
Whatever, doesn't need to be perfect. We'll go like that. Move this. And
Impossible.
that. Okay, that'll take them a second to get all that done. I'm just going to get rid of this Forcer's hut over here too. We're not going to use that one. We have this one going over here. This will be our tree cutting area for firewood and timber over here. So we'll have them get this done. And then we'll build more big houses over here for either more orchards or more veggies. Issue with sheep farm workers go out to get wool from sheep that are still on their way to the sheep farm. Oh, I see what you're saying, Grizzly. Now that's a problem. That's definitely a problem. Okay, now I'm totally seeing what you're saying. That's an issue. Okay, that I don't. Oh God, yeah, I don't even know if that's. There's probably no way to fix that, to be honest with you. That's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. Honestly, I don't think I've ever necessarily ran into that issue because I typically will import maybe, 5-10 sheep or whatever before I staff up a wool. Like I get the sheep into the town before I staff up like the sheep farm for the wool. And then at that point, I don't really import any more sheep because I just let them do the reproduction process passively, you know what I mean? Not that, I'm not saying that you should have to do that, obviously. That just sounds like that's broken. Yeah, that should not be happening. That sounds like it's just broken. But I guess essentially that is basically the solution, right? Is that once you import sheep and you staff up your sheep farm for them to collect the wool, then you just don't import any more sheep from that point, I guess, right? And that way they won't be going to meet any incoming sheep into the town to try to do that. That's a really dumb workaround. Shouldn't be that way, but I think that's the answer, right? We got a little bit of that iron ore. I'm going to staff up our bloomery, and we want to make sure that we're getting ready for our tools here, because we're getting low on tools and we're thinking ahead about that. And now we're in winter, so our forester does not need to be staffed. They can't replant during winter. We'll take them off of that. And we're going to also set a reserve here of firewood. Let's just set like 10, because we just want to make sure that they always have regular firewood available to utilize for example, now that we got the bloomery going, we want to make sure that we have regular firewood available for them to refuel the bloomery here. Okay, and then our logging camp situation is sorted out. I think we're good on planks for now. Once they finish these, then we'll take them off of that. And then I think the next thing we're going to build is the manor. Yeah, so once they finish these planks, we'll get the last couple timbers we need once we're sorted out on that, and we'll go ahead and build the manor. I'm going to leave some unstaffed because I want to have a decent amount of people ready to help with the construction task of the manor because it has a lot of required materials. We're also going to plot in, I'm going to draw out another section here for another big, whoops, veggie or apple orchard here. That being said, I think they need to come pick up these supplies before we can actually put it in, but you can draw it right here. And once again, if you guys, I know a lot of people probably watch Tacticat's guides, and if you want to use the Flexo or whatever, that's totally fine. I prefer to make these kind of like pizza slices that I've always shown on my channel here. So we know that this front part here, it has this little wedge cut out that's basically the exact size that we know we'll need for a double house. See, so we get the double house thing cut off right in the front, and then we get this big wide area in the back. Once again, if you guys prefer to do, the Flexo kind of style or whatever, that's totally good too. Yeah, whatever works, and kind of whatever you have space for too. If you have a pond, that can kind of change a lot. Yeah, like having the pond, can somewhat change the layout sometimes because of the, the restrictions with building around it and stuff. But, just whatever works for you. As long as you get that double housing plot in the front with a big area in the back.
These things do happen from
That's the
time to
main
time.
goal. I think we can plant this in. I think they grabbed that stuff that was in the way. Now we can put this in. Oh, we're still missing. We're gonna put this house in. Oh, it's because I forgot. I didn't turn off the stop it. Whoops! And I never set a reserve on the stop it.
Come one, come all.
Okay. Well, once they're done with that, then we'll move forward with that. Yeah, you heard the cabbages were bugged, Marcus? Yeah. Oh, but they do see, that's the thing. I've heard mixed reviews too. It's interesting. Should we try cabbages ourselves and see how they turn out, maybe? Why not, huh? You draw all the veggies, fruit plots, 5, 6 big ones, and put the plots on them later. Yes. Yes. Totally. Yeah, chill pill. That's a great strategy. If you have watched my, I have a video from, I don't know, within the last year or something. But it's like food production layouts, and yeah, that it kind of shows that basically same strategy where I like draw out the layout first. I think that's a fantastic way to go. I definitely highly recommend that, chill pill. I think that's really, really good strategy. Yes. And not just for the housing, but kind of just in general, right? It's a really good technique to use just kind of in general for, when you start any region, kind of use the road. It doesn't cost anything to draw roads, right? So, and it's a really great tool to kind of map things out ahead of time and think about, what's my logistical setup going to be here, and, where do I want to have production areas so that I know I have storage, and either that can be distributed to trade or market or whatever. See, like here, we didn't necessarily kind of going a bit freehand here, but as we can see, we've got our market right here, we've got granary and storehouse right here, we've got trading post right here. We're producing food at this house right here. We're producing food at the lake right here. We're getting, everything's very condensed, right? Not that that's necessarily like aesthetically pleasing, you know what I mean? I think it's a little more aesthetically pleasing if things are, a little more spread out and kind of natural looking. But as far as efficiency and stuff, yeah, this is, if you have the setup like this where things are really compact, then that's the name of the game. So we've got a decent amount of iron slabs. We're almost out of tools, so we're gonna move this guy to our smithy, and he's going to create some tools with the iron slabs that we have so far, and we'll get ahead on that. And we have the timber coming in again. Poor quality. All right, let's build our house here for our next big plot. We're gonna get that done, and then we're gonna build the manor. That's gonna be our next task, and then we're gonna fill in these with veggies and or apples. So let's do 1 cabbages, right? Because I feel like see, in Yusuf, yeah, it feels like it's not the best yield for cabbage. See, I definitely feel like I've seen a lot of conflicting information. And that being said, there's a high chance that it's just not even a consistent rate either, right? Like, it might actually be, like, really good for some people and not good for others, right? And just, who knows? Mr. M, good evening. Welcome in, Mr. M. How are you? Beet is the worst. Yeah, 2 carrots and 1 cabbage. Okay. 2 plots, 4 apples. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. So for the apples, you do the green one. I think is the pears, right? Yeah. I have noticed as well. The pears are fantastic. Yeah, I think the pears are definitely the best for the orchards. Jury's still out on the veggies, right? Whether the cabbages. I definitely noticed that the carrots were huge. Maybe we'll do 1. I mean, I know these aren't exactly the same size because I didn't necessarily measure them out, but they are pretty similar. Maybe we can do 1 cabbage and 1 carrot and see what's going on firsthand here, huh? Have I figured out an ideal number of unassigned ox for any town? That's a good question. Yeah, it depends on, depends on your, like, the size of your town, and also the oxes are only used for the timbers, right? The oxes are not used for literally anything else. They only are used for moving timbers. Let's go ahead and plant another veggie here. We'll get ready for that. I mean, that looks like a pretty similar amount of surface area. Once again, obviously we didn't measure it, so it's not going to be exact. But I think these are pretty similar. So we'll do 1 carrot and 1 cabbage and see what happens. So the ox only pull the timber. So, you know, honestly, I typically don't end up importing a ton of oxens, you know what I mean? I find that only having a couple, I mean, maybe, you know, at some point our economy is just going to be so strong that it won't really impact us to order more ox anyways, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like whatever at that point. But I would say, like, if you're still, you know, near the beginning areas, like right now I have 2. We still have 2 right now, and I think that's more than fine. You know what I mean? We could go ahead and order a 3rd, but you know, I'm thinking we have other stuff that we want to invest in, such as, since we're talking about the livestock, we've had this up. We probably should have had this going for a little bit, but I'm going to staff the livestock trading post, and we're going to go import on sheep here. I'll just do 10 for now. I saw someone saying here real quick that we'll get to that next, that the lambs are a little bit cheaper. That is definitely true. That is an option. I'm just going to put not the farm. We're going to do the pasture. Let's think about where do we want to put sheep, because they could kind of take up some space, so we don't want them to be like in the middle of everything. Maybe like off over here we could have like a sheep area, you know what I mean? Food, like, so if we kind of zoom out, it'll be easier, you know, to see. When we have like food over here, right? Fish, farms, food, right? Then over here we have like wood and firewood and stuff. Trade goods that we're importing for iron to make tools. That's going on right here. Then maybe we could use this for like a, you know, livestock area. Either that or like over here, I guess. But I don't know. I kind of like over here right now because it's more open currently. So we'll go ahead and just do that. Boom. Yeah, so with the ox, I just, honestly, I don't think it's too big of a difference until you really are like ramping up the town, and you're like, I don't know, maybe you have like multiple logging camps going and stuff like that. That being said, I think the planks were like used for, I don't know, I feel like I'm barely even using planks now, because I used to, planks used to be something that I would recommend selling at the trading post for like early income. It's not really necessary anymore, so I feel like I find myself barely using planks anymore, to be honest with you. So I feel like my timber production is also, I feel like I find myself not really like needing like a ton of timber beyond just like basic building requirements, you know what I mean? Construction requirements. So that hasn't been too much of a concern, I guess, overall. Mr. M, you're struggling with clothes to upgrade houses to tier 3. Yeah, any tips? Definitely, if you haven't already, Mr. M, make sure to watch the video that I have pinned in the chat here. That will basically answer all your questions about what's going on with the clothing. There is a bug currently in the beta. The bug has been confirmed to be fixed. We do not have access to those fixes, but there is a consumption bug with the clothing right now. So if you're having issues upgrading your houses to tier 3 due to them, not getting access to the clothing and all that kind of stuff, it's not you. It's yeah, there's a bug going on in the beta right now. But definitely, if you haven't, make sure please watch that video that I have pinned here in the chat. It will give you all the information that you need to know about that, along with some other other exciting info and as always, tips and helpful guide information kind of stuff. Let's see. Yeah, so Chill Pill, importing the lambs are cheaper. Yes, so let's take a look. Lambs are 23 to import instead of 30, so slightly cheaper. Yeah, 7 regional wealth cheaper per. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really have much insight, like data-wise, numbers-wise, data-wise, I guess, on that. But I think that's totally a fair approach. Yeah, get away with a little cheaper import costs. That'll also raise your profits. You know what I mean? Less investment into it. That being said, I do think that the trade, like if you follow the trade setup from the economy guide that I posted with the the charcoal and into yarn and small shields or whatever, you're gonna be really set on on economy. I don't really think like spending. I don't think the difference here is going to really be like an impact. You know what I mean? But that being said, like I said, I think it's very feasible either way. Yeah, if you prefer importing the lambs for a little bit cheaper, and just takes a little bit more time for them to mature to the sheep to the point where you're starting to be able to utilize them for wool and yarn and stuff. I think that's totally viable as well, you know. And it does increase your profit margin technically, right? Because you know making a smaller investment up front, so that's fantastic. Just a little more wait time until you are able to get the resources from them, right? So once we have, let's see, what are we waiting for now? We're going to set up a couple more things real quick. He's gotten through all the iron that we had prepared. So we now we have back up to 13 tools, so we're good to go on that. Not forever, but for maybe for the next year or so, we'll probably have enough tools, so we don't need to worry about that for a second. We have a little bit more. I just have it set right now to import 10 iron ore, right? So we have 10 lying around. If we find like, oh, we need to get more tools soon, we can just get that processed into tools, no problem. But we're good to go for the foreseeable future on that. We're gonna get our veggies set in here, and we could also. What do you guys think about? Should we try the small holding? I have tried this a few times. It seems worth it if you have the large veggie gardens. The small holding perk doesn't really seem to be worth it for much else otherwise so far. But we could put the small holding here just to make sure, since if we're going to look at like carrots and cabbages, just to make sure that they are 100% focused on that. So we could try that out too. Let's see. Have to wait on the wool, or will they shear lambs? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your question, but I think I kind of answered that inadvertently there. They will. I think they'll have to wait until they mature into sheep. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's good. Chill, Phil. Yeah. Just is very important. Yes. And it's true. Yeah, with the pathfinding issues, it can affect the logistics. Yeah, totally. Absolutely, dude. Yeah. No, there's no question about that. I mean, I do suppose one thing that I also find myself sometimes doing is I notice a lot of times traffic jams might happen as well, like on the portions of road where it's just like a single road. You could also like, we could, you could kind of, sometimes I like to just draw over them like that, and then now, creates like a wider road area, and sometimes that can help them as well for like having more of like a an internal path option, I guess, you know what I mean. Sometimes I've noticed when it's just, if you just only put like the single road, see like this guy's coming down the road with his cart, like if there's another guy going down the road, they might run into each other and be like, where do I go? Because it's only a narrow, like, internally their navigation or whatever is trying to tell them to stay on this narrow road. So you could experiment with, just lay a couple more and make them like wider. And it also kind of looks cooler too. It makes it look more like a, this looks more like a main town road here, you know what I mean? A little thicker. Yeah, no, it's true, Marcus. The beta is pretty, the beta has a bunch of stuff that's just kind of, hit and miss overall. Okay, and we're also kind of low on food, so what we're going to do, and since we don't, so this is a good example of what you could do to integrate like what we did on the, what I showed on like the recent bread video that I posted. So right now, we're kind of low on food, and we're going to invest in like these backyard farms and stuff, but they'll take a little bit to kick in, right? And the fish is still low because it's still going to take some time to like regenerate all the fish in the pond. And we're starting to get a little low, like we only have a couple months of food left. This is a perfect opportunity for us to utilize the power of the bread. So that being said, I don't think we're going to have the opportunity to use the bakery backyard extension like I showed in the video where you can do 4-to-1 because we are on the challenging settings here, and I'm not quite at the point where we can upgrade our housing to level 2. So we're just going to use the communal oven, which is still going to give us good return. We're going to get 2 to 1 instead of 4 to 1. But it's going to help us out here while we're waiting for our farms to mature. So let's just go ahead. Yeah, let's just put it right here. That's fine. And we're going to go trade, crafting materials, and we could get the grain to make it a little bit cheaper. But right now we're still kind of, you know, our town's pretty small. I don't want to spend the labor on the windmill and stuff. So I'm just going to go import rye flour. Boom. So we're going to make sure we get a little bit of rye flour coming into the town for cheap, and we'll bake that up and make sure that we're keeping up on our food demands here, as we're going to be needing some time for our other stuff to set in. That being said, we should probably get these all set up here, right? We got to take a look at our staffing situation, though, before we do that. I'm going to put in a couple more houses, and then we'll set that up. Maybe... Where do we want to put more houses? I guess we could just fit a couple right here. Does that work? Yeah, why not? Let's just put a couple right there for now. Yeah, one question, bro. Got you. I always get confused a bit where to put Forager. Resource too far. Yes, that is a fantastic question. Definitely. Okay, so if we have... actually, we can use this as an example right here, right? So say, for example, we're trying to forage these mushrooms, right? And they're like far away from the town. Our granary is like way over here, and you know, there's going to be travel distance either way. What's better? Put the forager over here by the mushrooms, or put the forager over here by the granary? Definitely put the forager by the granary, 100%. And once again, there could be some variables here, depending on your setup. But the best, I believe, is to just build a road out to near the resources, so they have a direct path to it, increased speed path or whatever, and put the gathering building as close to the storage building as possible. Right here, we're not going to be able to put it right next to it because of the lake's in the way, but we can put it like right here. Right, forager hut, yeah. So this will be more ideal, because your storage workers typically are going to have more on their plate, especially if they're running a market stall. Right now, maybe it wouldn't be too much of an inconvenience for them because, you know, we don't really have much else going on in the town, like food production wise. But say, like, you know, say our veggie farms were like in the middle of producing, this guy was fishing, we had bread come in the communal oven, and this guy was like bringing in mushrooms from over here. You don't, you know, it's better to have your granary workers, you want them to keep their tasks localized. You don't want the granary workers trekking all the way out here. By the time, you know, you could have a granary worker go out here to pick up some mushrooms and come back. Next thing you know, the market stall has fallen behind, or, you know, the communal oven is full of, like, they stopped producing because their storage is full because the granary worker's not coming to pick it up, you know, and then that production chain is now completely interrupted or whatever. 100% better to make sure that you're keep the storage workers tasks localized. Send the gatherers send them on the mission. Make them walk. Yeah, great question. Great question. Yeah, pasture space, if you make big, it's a waste of land. Yeah. It's a waste of land. Just one tick distance, and its capacity is much more. Try that. Wait, sorry, I don't understand what you mean, Chopel.
You'll not find finer wares anywhere else.
You mean like pastures for, like just the livestock pasture, or do you mean like a field pasture? You haven't tried with the new... What's up, Dave? Welcome in, dude. You haven't tried with the new beta. You try to run 2 or 3 forager hut, 1 granary. That couldn't do market stall as close to berries. So okay, you used to run 2 or 3 forager huts, 1 granary that couldn't do market, all as close to the berries as possible. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean that's another option as well. So I see what you're saying. Yeah. So I think what Dave's saying is like, so another option would be we put like, I'm not going to actually do this right now, but say we could put a forager hut right here and a granary right next to it, and just turn off the market stall in the granary, and then we could go to the advanced settings and like make sure it doesn't accept anything other than the mushrooms or whatever berries, if that was here, or whatever was like right next to it. And that way that is a good idea. However, you are going to be left with, it still does need to be moved from A to B, right? I would say if you're going to do this setup, I think the better option would be to just straight up place put a market right here. So if you wanted to do it like this, then you could have your forager, granary, and a marketplace right here. We don't need like a full marketplace. Like, you could just make it really small so that it only has room for like the one. Look at that, one stall. Boom. So we could literally we could have a forager and a granary guy right here, putting one market stall right here. Technically, the marketplace has an infinite range, so you could have a localized, like production area and everything right here. That is definitely another option. I think I'm not gonna end up doing that. I think that's a little wonky. I'm not advocating against it. Like, if you want to do that, for sure. It's just a little a little like I don't know. I still prefer to just have like a, use the regular town market, I guess, aesthetically at least, or whatever. But yeah, that is definitely another option that you could do, 100%. What's mules for, East Joy Boy? Yeah, mules are used for bartering within your own regions. I have a guide on that one too. Here, let me get you a link for you. I have a guide that goes through all the details of that. Let's see. Bartering, regional trade and bartering. Mules. There you go, if you're interested. But yeah, basically mules are used just for bartering between your own regions. So you can, so say for example, this is our starting region, and then say we also went and claimed this region, and we owned both of them, and then we started a town here, and say like our town in the other region was like, what do they have? I don't know, salt, whatever. So say this other region had like salt, and you're like, oh, I want that salt in my main region because like I'm producing sausages in my main region or whatever. You could set up a bartering connection between your two regions, where you would say like, okay, my main region will send over some of our fish, and in return you give us your salt. You know what I mean? So it's basically just like a free trade system between your own regions. Yeah. Yeah, I got you, chill Pilly. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, Yusuf, livestock. Means place one tick. Oh, I got it. I see what you're saying. So it's more efficient. Well, I don't want to rebuild it now that they're in there, but okay. So it's more efficient. Yeah, and similar. I guess that's pretty similar to the actual fields themselves for farming tasks, right? But it's more efficient if we go like a strip like that versus like a square or something, I guess, right? Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Got to use that space as efficiently as we can, right? 100%. Okay, okay, we got our rye flour. So, and our communal oven's up and running. So let's just go ahead and staff this up, and let's get some bread for our town. All right, and we are starting to get livestock coming in, right? Yeah, we have how many? 4 sheep so far. So that process is starting to get going here. Soon they'll be multiplying. Their numbers will be multiplying, and then we'll be producing yarn and selling that. All right, so we've fallen behind on some tasks that I know I said we were going to get done for a while, so let's get those done. First of all, manor. We need our manor. So let's get the manor over here. Let's think about where do we want this? I guess it's not too big of a deal. Maybe it'd be good to have it near the border, right? I mean, the Baron's got all the northern regions, so he would probably be coming from the north if he attacked us, I assume. I don't know. It seems kind of random. Sometimes they'll still just come from, like, random places, right? I don't think we're necessarily going to build a big castle or anything either, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. I think we'll just put it, like, over here. Alright, we're gonna get the manor going. Once the manor is done, then we're gonna plot in these vegetables, and then we're gonna make sure that they're dedicated to that. I just want to make sure we have the extra labor to get this manor done, because it's a lot of construction materials that need to be transported. Let's be done with our saw pit for now. We got more than enough planks lying around. We don't need that process going. There's only 7. See, they're almost done mining the stone. Then we'll be able to get rid of that, too. That will be done. Don't need to worry about that anymore moving forward. We're still good on tools. Charcoal and firewood's going strong. Okay, everything's looking good. We just need to ramp up the food. So we're starting to bake. See, our rye bread's starting to come in here. Once again, we're not going to get, like, the insane rates, you know what I mean? Because we're just using the communal oven instead of the bakery extension, but it's still going to be good. That being said, looks like we are getting to the point where we can level up houses now. So we could think about adding a bakery extension if we wanted to. We might also think about starting to level up at least one for like a joiner shop to start selling the small shields as well. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, let's do that. Let's do that. So, yeah, this house right here is the closest. We got storehouse, saw pit. They just need planks, right? So we got storehouse, saw pit right here, trading post. Boom. This house is gonna be a joiner shop. And actually, let's just go. Let's do 2 of them. Let's do 2 joiner shops. Let's sell these small shields, baby. Let's get it. All right. Yeah, the bread video is great. I know most. Isn't it crazy? I know it's funny because like I feel the same way. Where it kind of feels like a hack, but it's not. You know what I mean? Honestly, with the bread situation, my honest opinion is I do think that they will adjust the trade values. The production rates, however, those are not going to change. Like, I know the way that I presented it in the video kind of made it. I realized after I like watched it back, it was a little bit like confusing the way I emphasized the words, where it made it seem like the production rates were like brand new. Actually, the production rates have actually been this way for months. That got patched months ago. Where the is this done? Oh, not quite. We're almost done with that. Where the bakery extension got improved to so it was a twofold change. So how it used to be was that, say you'd go farm the grain, then you got the sheaves, I guess as they're called. I'm gonna pause real quick while I explain this. So you would say you had a wheat farm or a rye farm, whatever. Then you get the wheat sheaves, like the raw wheat. They would take that to the farmhouse, and then they would turn it into grain. Then they would take the grain to the windmill, and each grain got turned into 2 flour at the windmill, which created a logistical nightmare, because then the windmills were constantly just like overflowing with goods, you know what I mean? And they would get like their storage would constantly get like overflowed. And it would cause a logistical nightmare with the storehouse workers trying to get all the flour, because they were intaking 1 item and outputting 2 items, and it was a horrible setup. So they changed it where instead of 1 grain becoming 2 flour at the windmill, they changed it where 1 grain is 1 flour, but that 1 flour now turns into 2 bread, or in the case of the bakery extension, 4 bread. So they doubled the production from flour to bread instead of doubling the production from grain to flour, if that makes sense, right? So that was actually changed months back. So that being said, I'm pretty confident that like the production rates are not going to change, because they've been that way for a long time. It's the trade values that's what's new, right? Because now that they've introduced like the subcategories and the fact that it's now available to anyone, right? Because you don't need to invest 2 or even 4 development points if you want to have like a whole rye setup going on. But at least 2 for the bakery extension. Now you can get that. Anyone can get that standard, right? So I do think that the trade values will be adjusted. Like that's that's like actually broken that you can. I didn't even realize when I posted the video, then, you know, seeing all the comments that people were sharing about, like, you know, you can actually you can actually produce the bread essentially for free. If you resell some of it, you can feed your town for free and or make profit just by importing the grain and, you know, making bread and stuff, which is outrageous, honestly. That seems broken, right? But the production rates I don't think are broken. It's the trade values that are broken, right? And that being said, I think it will still probably be the same cost to import. I'm talking about the export values. I'm not talking about the import value. I think everything that's in that video will still be accurate. It's just that we won't be able to produce bread for 3 regional wealth each or less, and then resell it for 3 regional wealth. Or if we went right now and took this one right here of the Vogt land or whatever the heck, increase export price on minor trades right here, 50% increase on minor trades. Rye bread is a minor trade. So we could technically, we could create rye bread. We could import the rye grain, right, at 11 each, and we'd be making rye bread for less than 3 regional wealth each. If we got that perk, the export price would go up to, I don't know if it rounds up or rounds down. Let's just assume it rounds down. And so the price would go up to 4 regional wealth per export, right? That now becomes a profitable, you know what I mean? Like, you can import the bread and make money off of just making bread. You know what I mean? That's broken, right? Like, in my opinion, that's broken. So I think the export prices will be reduced. Like, this should only be one or 2 regional wealth for an export price, so that it's not possible to make money off of feeding your town. You know what I mean? Yeah. Just saw the vid pop up. Is he an actual dev? Who? Are you talking about me? No, I'm not a dev of Manor Lords or anything. No. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but castle is not flammable. They can't burn it. Yes, that's true. Yeah. That is true. Farming is a disaster. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I've never really used farming. Here, I gotta get on these tasks here. I feel like we've been talking about these veggie gardens forever. I'm gonna set these up here real quick. So let's go. I just want to make sure that our labor situation is under control here, because we either do the. I think we'll try the small hold. Let's just go small holding perk right here. The Bamberg small holders. Let's get the small holding. Whoops. Unlock. Yes. So let's do the small holding, and we're going to make sure that these guys. So let's do. We're going to do 1 carrots and 1 cabbage, right? So let's do cabbage. And then let's do carrots. And then we're going to put small holding on both of these. Okay, there we go. So now both of these are set up. We are April of year 2, just for like a reference of, you know, as we're keeping an eye on those production rates. Okay, cool. So that's good. I'm also we're good on, the stone is completely, oh, there's 3 more stone. Okay, they'll finish that up real quick. We are good on bread for now. We're done on the communal oven. We're going to restaff our fishing hut because the fish have completely replenished. So we're going to get fish coming back in. We got a little bit of bread created to help us hold over through that little pit. See how we utilize that there, where we only, you know, even just using the communal oven, right? We just made a quick little investment there. We didn't even need to buy a trade route, nothing fancy. We just brought in a little bit of rye grain, and see how easy that was to make up for the fact that we were like, oh shoot, like we're maybe getting a little bit behind on like food as we're ramping up, you know, production chains and stuff like that. This is another great example of like how you can use that bread technique to just, you know, help your town get to the next stage of, you know, as our farms over here are, you know, they're starting to get these plowed and sowed and planted. That'll take them a little bit for those to ramp up. So we bought ourselves a little bit of time there with a little minimal investment bringing that rye bread. So, and our livestock is starting to ramp up. We're starting to get more of that coming in, and they'll start to passively reproduce. So very good. And see, our labor situation's good because we got 4 total families assigned. They're small holding, right? So they are only assigned here. They're off the labor market. And we still have enough families for all of our other tasks. And we still have 1 unassigned person for the ox. So we're looking good there. We still have 1 empty housing space. We probably want more just so we're ahead. But we're looking good, like, all around, right? Maybe we want another well if we can. Otherwise, we want to... Let's just upgrade this one, probably. Yeah, let's just upgrade this well. Cool. Yeah, once they finish this stone right here, then we can get rid of this the stone production and demolish the stone quarry, and that'll be done. And oh yeah, we got our joiner shops up and running, right? Are they? Oh, that's right. We upgraded to level 2, but we didn't do the joiner shop right yet. Okay, so joiner shop. There we go. Okay, so our 2 houses that we upgraded to level 2 here, we're putting 2 joiner shops, and we're going to start producing these small shields, and then we're going to start selling those as well. And that's 160. So once we know that we'll be ready to start selling those once we start getting them in production. So that's where we're at right now. We did lose, since we took 2 more families off the market here, where they're going to be artisans at the joiner shop. We are now negative in our labor pool, so we got to take a look at what adjustments can we make here. Oh yeah, the oven, right? Yeah, we don't need the oven going right now. We'll take the oven off. And oh, the stone, they're about to be done with the stone. So as soon as they have 1 more stone to gather, as soon as they're done with that, then they're coming back to the labor pool as well. Because we always need at least 1 unassigned family. Alright, we're making sure our joiner shops are up. Let's just make sure that they are set for small shields. Sometimes they automatically... See what I mean? You guys saw that, right? These just got finished. We just opened one of the joiner shops was automatically set to small shields, and the other one was automatically set to large shields. So just make sure you, when you build any of these buildings, just make sure you double check that it's on the correct setting right off the bat. Okay, see, that stone's done now. We're done with that. We got a new family moving in, and we're going to take these guys off of here. They're done. Perfect. Now we have a couple families available. What we want to do now is upgrade the storehouse. We probably should have done this a little while ago, but obviously we can see we're running out of storage space, but we also want... You want to upgrade your storehouse like pretty much as soon as possible. I probably should have done that like a while ago. Obviously we got a lot of stuff going on here, but you want to upgrade your storehouse pretty much like as soon as you can, because they not just the increased storage space, but you also gain more hand carts. So like this right here. See how this guy has like the cart, right? So he can carry more stuff because he's got this hand cart here. We're going to get more hand carts. See, we're already seeing them. We're going to get more hand carts available to us when they upgrade the storehouse here. So that's like the main advantage when you upgrade the storehouse. The same with the granary. Any storage building you upgrade, you get more hand carts, which is just huge. Way more product, like way more logistical efficiency. Cool. So we got that upgrade coming in. Let's take a look at the map real quick. I just want to refresh myself. Okay, so the Baron has taken 2. We have 1 more region, so we're on the high peaks. It's a small map. We only have 1 more region in between us, so we got to think about, you know, military in the near future as well. So we got to either be like taxing to make sure we have money to hire some mercenaries, or we're going to start producing, you know, weapons and armor or something. You know, we got to be thinking about that. So mercenaries, in my experience, are kind of the most, you know, the easiest. Just use the power of your economy to fund mercenaries. That being said, war bows are extremely easy to produce. Just 1 plank per war bow, so you can make art. You can get an archer militia up pretty easily. You know what I mean? That's usually pretty feasible. And then you can just sell the extra war bows too. They're not like incredibly profitable, but it's not a bad option. We might do that as well, to be honest with you. We got plenty of planks laying around. Or we can get more planks laying around at least. Let's go ahead and staff that up and make sure we're rocking on that. Let's see. Yeah, the farming. To be honest with you, Chopil, I rarely use farming in general. Yeah, I just find that there's like all the other food options are just way more efficient. To be honest, so I rarely use farming in general. To be honest with you, is there any reason to go for wheat instead of rye? Yeah, I would. I mean, I would like the wheat has more. The wheat has more profit potential. So I've seen people in the comments of the bread video talking about breaking it down how the wheat I think is 13 each or something like that, but wheat bread sells for 5 each, I believe, instead of 3 each. Like it's the export prices are ridiculous. So yeah, the wheat bread sells for 5 each. So you can actually, yeah, you can make you can make profit from the wheat bread for sure. But if you're just using it just for food, no, I would, yeah, like I just stick to the. It's way easier. You don't need to buy a major trade. You don't need to deal with like any of that extra stuff. Just importing the either rye grain or rye flour is going to be the easiest. And it is more cost effective. Like if you're literally just wanting the food for your town, rye is definitely the best. But if you want more profit potential, if you're doing that thing where you're going to resell it and stuff, yeah, the wheat has more profit potential. Or if you need more variety, I guess, like if you already have rye bread but you need a different type of bread, then yeah, wheat bread's valuable in that sense. But yeah, small shield's OP, right? Biggest profit margin in the game for any item right now, I believe. Let's put a Bowyer's Workshop right here. Don't do the small holding right away. Ooh, shoot. Did I mess up on that? Let some workers come, then click that. As it is, you have 12 months. By the time families come, they mature. So you mean so you're saying it's better if we let the farm worker, the vegetable plot workers or whatever, have some time before we turn it into small holding? Yeah, interesting. Yeah, the bread. Yeah, yeah. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the bread video. Yeah, it's like I said, it's a bit of a gamble, like with that video, I guess, because it. I mean, who knows? It could, it could change, you know. But like I said, I'm pretty confident that the production rates are not going to change. It's just the trade values that will most likely change. Okay, so we lost more labor because we're doing another artisan workshop here. We got to keep housing coming in here. We need more housing. Let's put some, I don't know, just back here. We just got to make sure we're keeping people moving into the town here. Let's get that going. We actually don't, yeah, we need, hold on. What's going on here? We can afford to take off our firewood cutter for now because we have some excess. We need to clear up some labor here temporarily because we've got to get this under control. Let's stop on the livestock for now too. We're going to need regional wealth for taxing coming up. So I'm just going to let the sheep do their thing to reproduce from this point. I'm not going to worry about it anymore. We need to get some other stuff done. So we need to get these houses coming in. We need to get taxing for regional or treasury so we can have so we can be prepared to buy mercenaries because we are going to have combat coming up in the near future.
Anywhere else.
Tools are still okay. We definitely got to keep up with this timber and plank situation because we're producing now war bows and shields and stuff, right? So we got to make sure that that stays rocking. We definitely need more families because I want to put like more people on the storage buildings and stuff too. So we need more families, more workers. So we're getting that under control here. More houses coming in. And once again, we're on the challenging settings here, so this is a bit more demanding than, you know, just the standard settings, I guess, as far as building up our town here. But let me refresh here. That's your go-to. Yeah, Dave. Full upgraded retinue as a block and 2 lots of bowmen off the flanks. Yeah, for sure. Hold off everything. Yeah. Totally, yeah. So the retinues are fantastic because they come with armor and weapons and stuff. You know, like if you were to make like a spearman militia, for example, they do you know, it requires them to have the shield and the spear, but they don't have armor. You know, you still need to produce helmets. Helmets and armor are separate things. So your retinue comes with all that already. So they're going to be stronger than your average militia unit unless you invest in like fully upgrading them, which takes a lot. So yeah, retinue is definitely very strong. Huge. Maximizing their like, you know, combat ability is definitely really good. Yeah, yeah. And the archers, I've seen a lot of comments where people say they feel that the archers are underpowered. And I can see why people say that, but honestly, I disagree. I think that the archers are not underpowered. I see what people mean, like they are weak, you know, like the amount of damage that the archers do per arrow or whatever is you know, pretty low. But that's not what it's about. You're not, I don't think you're, see, I think a lot of people just kind of like, they just, you know, send the archers out into the field, or, you know, they just have them there and shooting volleys or whatever, and, you know, expecting that they're just going to mow down the enemies. I don't think that's really how the archers are meant to be utilized. They're more mobile. They're like a very mobile ranged unit. What I always like to do, and I have a video about this one too. It's just like a short, but I think the best technique was with the archers, and similar like you're saying, Dave. You use your melee units to kind of to engage with the enemy units, and use your melee units as basically like a, you know, like Dave said, like as a block. You get your melee units in there, and they engage the enemies, and then you move your archers around the back. Once you move your melee units are engaged with the enemy, we'll get to a combat here pretty soon. We'll do this exact strategy. But once you move your archers around to the backside, and they're just free, you put them on fire at will, and they're just freely shooting into the back of enemies. I mean, dude, they absolutely crumble. That is the power of archers right there. Yeah, I think a lot of people, they just kind of let them stand there and shoot the volleys. I don't think like volleys of archers, that doesn't really do much damage. You really got to position them properly to get them like around the back line, and then when they're shooting into the back line like that, oh man, they shred. They do so much damage. That being said, like, there is a big difference between, I have a video also that showed that I like put a timer on like the reload times between like the archers and the crossbowmen and looked at the damage and stuff like that. Long story short, crossbowmen are significantly more powerful than archers. They're like less mobile, they don't move as fast, and their reload time is a little takes more time for them to reload between shots and stuff like that. But the damage difference is crazy. It's like I don't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head, but it's something like 3 or 4 times the amount of damage per arrow on the crossbowman compared to the archers. So huge difference in the damage that they do, but also difference in, like I said, the archers, I think they're meant to be more like a mobile unit. They have more mobility, they move fast, cheap to create, you know what I mean? That's the point of the archers. I don't think they're meant to be like a, you know, let me just put lines of archers here and they'll send volleys as the enemies are running at us, and they're just gonna fall over, you know what I mean? So the farm works and wait a bit. Okay, yeah, I got you, Cho. Yeah, thanks for the tip, dude. I didn't know. I'll have to try that out then. Yeah, the other replacement come, then click that. Okay. Otherwise, it's endless wait for new fam to come to work. Oh wait, do you mean if the house isn't like if there's not families moved into the house already? Is that what you're talking about? Because the houses were like, we did have the families on the houses already. I'm not sure if I'm still a little confused on what you mean. Sorry.
Step right up and sample.
Yeah, they don't wait for more workers to arrive. Okay. If you set your storehouse to accept coal and firewood, but disable the marketplace, do the villagers still get fuel for heating? No. No, in this case, no. We would need to have a separate storehouse if we wanted to do that, yeah. So right now, since I still just have the one storehouse, if we turned off the market stall for this right now, we would not have a common goods stall at all, no. So in this case, we would, similar to what we talked about earlier, where if like we wanted to build like, you know, a gathering hut and a granary over here and have like a self-sustained production area. We would basically do the same thing if we wanted for the, which I definitely recommend. Right now in this setup, we kind of have the luxury of, you know, our charcoal and like wood cutting area just happens to be like right next to our central storehouse and trading and market and all that. But if there was a little bit of separation, and even like if you've seen like the economy video, I kind of show how the layout of all the buildings, and I do have a separate storehouse for the market and then a separate storehouse that's for the charcoal and firewood. It's not very far. They're still pretty close to each other. But just logistically, yeah, it is better because then they're not kind of the same concept of what we talked about earlier, where like this storehouse worker in this central one, they're going to have a bunch of stuff to keep up with running the stall and all the other, you know, just various tasks in the town. It's better. So if we were to, we can go ahead and do this right now. I don't know if we have the staff necessarily for it, but this would be the setup. We would maybe put a storehouse like right here. There's some trees right there. I don't want to knock down those trees. But yeah, like storehouse like right here, for example. And then this one we would turn off the stall, and then this one we would only accept like firewood and charcoal and shields or whatever the trade stuff that's going on. And then that way, right, these people that are working at this storehouse, they're only working on that, and then they make sure that it increases the efficiency of the trade, right? Make sure that our trading post workers always have consistent access to those trade goods, and the production chain also has, you know, they're never at any point like waiting for a storehouse worker to come pick up the stuff and continue allow their production to continue. You know what I mean? Okay. We're starting to get more people moving in. That's great. We definitely need more workers for some of these tasks. Let's see. Did they nerf crossbowmen? They did nerf. Oh, they did nerf crossbowmen. Gotcha. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So they're not. Okay. I see. Yeah, probably since I posted that video. That one I made a while ago. That was probably like a full year ago. They've probably been nerfed a bit since then, but they're still, yeah, okay. So they're still significantly more powerful than the archers, but maybe not quite as much. Gotcha. Yeah, you notice when you hurry and don't wait for more workers to arrive? Yeah, okay, with the small holding thing. Yes. If I know 15 workers will be removed. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, right. You just have to, you really have to just manage your labor pool and all that. It's definitely ever changing. We're gonna, real quick, I'm gonna do small shields, trade route, export. We don't need any, I don't care about small shields. Sell. And let's set up, excuse me, a archer militia, because we're making those war bows, so we'll have a little bit of archers that we can use. And let's, we want to tax here. Actually, I'm going to use a bit of a speedrun technique here. This is a strategy that I use in speedruns. This is kind of a questionable strategy, I guess. This is a bit of a see, we got this crap where they're frickin' they don't want to come out of the manor. Here, let's try disband. Come on, you fools! Alright, so what we're gonna do is this is a bit of a cheese strategy here, not gonna lie. So I don't necessarily recommend that you do this, but you can. If you've seen any of my speedrun videos, you probably know what I'm about to do. But so we've got a couple bandit camps right here in this neighboring region. Could have done this a while back, but basically at any point when you build the manor and you have a retinue. Now our 5-man retinue is not enough to, they'll get killed by these bandits if they take them on by themselves. The point is not to engage them. But we've aggroed them. Now we're gonna run. And we're going to run around. I'm gonna speed through this a little bit so it doesn't take forever. So we're basically just gonna kite them around. And now we've kited them around and we've gotten distance between them and their bandit camp. This bandit camp is now free to take. Once again, this is a cheese strategy. I don't really recommend using this, and I don't think it really should be a thing, but it is a thing. So we just took that raider camp, and now we can go, this belongs to my treasury now. And look, now we have 179 treasury, so we can go here, mercenary. Now we can, I don't know, let's get these guys. Cool. Now these guys are coming in. We can grab them and move up here. And now we'll bring our retinue back. Like I said, we don't want to actually use our retinue to engage with these guys. We're not trying to battle these guys with our retinue. They are simply just a distraction and a way to get to the raider camp so that we could get the money to buy the mercenaries, and then we're going to use the mercenaries to actually do the combat. But now we have treasury. Once again, this is a cheese strat, I think. So, see, we're just kiting these brigands around. You know, we're gonna bring our retinue back, and meanwhile, see, now our mercenaries here are gonna come up, and then they're gonna attack these guys, and they're gonna deal with it. But we got treasury out of that. You know what I mean? So, this is like a strategy that I pretty much would only use in like a speed run, or like right now we're just, you know, we're on a challenging run and we're trying to, you know, get through a bunch of stuff. So, you know, not that big of a deal, but. We're going to sprint up here and take care of these bandits. So, like I said, I don't want my retinue. We don't want to lose any of them, or we don't want them to engage. So we're just running away. And once our mercenaries get here, they'll take care of it. And then our retinue's done. And then we'll use these mercenaries to go take the other. There's another bandit camp over here, which I think we already aggroed the bandits. So we'll get another camp and even more treasury. Yeah, let's see. Agree the crossbow. Yeah. The bowmen are so cheap, dude. Honestly, I agree, Dave. That's the thing. The regular archers are just so incredibly cheap to make. It's kind of incomparable in that sense, you know. All right, here we go. I mean, these are just a band of brigands here. It's not gonna be that big of a deal, but. Would have been nice if we could kill them like outside of the town, because I hate when you have dead bodies in the town area, you know? You get the negative approval from it, but it's not too big of a deal. Alright, so here's an example of what I'm talking about, right? So we're going to engage. So, see, the bandits were running up. We have our melee units in this case, which are just other bandits that we've hired. Now they're going to engage with these guys, right? We're going to take our archers. See, we're just running around. We got them on sprint, and we have them on shoot at will, and we're just going to run around. See, while these guys are busy hacking away at each other, our archers are like, yeah, sure, I'll go ahead and take this advantageous position right behind you guys. Hello, bandits. And they're just going to, look at this. See you later. Literally just pelting arrows into the backs of these guys, completely defenseless. And they're just going to crumble. That's how you want to use the archers right there. This is a pretty small example, you know, because we've just got a banner. But I mean, like once you get those archers behind, it's like game over, dude. Like they can't do anything. So we're gonna do this. We got one more band of brigands over here to take care of. We are done using our retinue. We're just gonna send them back to the manor. You did your job. We're just gonna take care of this other pack over here, and then we're good. The peasants demand more ale! Always! What's up, bro? Yeah, oh, yeah, and on the castle wall, I know, dude, the new feature to garrison them on the walls is really cool, right? I was able to get that set up on I made the video for the castle planner. It's really cool. I got some of the garrison areas on the wall set up, and the archers up there, and they were shooting down on raiders that were heading into the town. Is pretty cool, man. Definitely very epic. It's cool that they gain range. Like there's a benefit too. Like you said, they gain range. Yeah, it's really nice. So we're just gonna do the same exact thing here, right? We had the melee engage with them, and now they're just gonna get pelted from arrows. Same exact strategy here. I mean, literally, you could use this. This is the way that you use archers 100%. Oh, I see what you're saying, Chill Pill. Yeah, that is. I have. Okay, now I see what you're saying. Sorry, I was so confused. I know exactly what you're talking about now. That is 100% broken. Yeah, that is not supposed to be like that. I've seen the people talking about that in the Discord. Yes, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that is 100% broken. Yeah, utilize it if you can. Yeah, because that is like a hack or a broken thing right now where you can get your artisan workers to essentially do like a regular job as well. Yeah. I've seen people posting about that in the Discord. Yeah, that is definitely broken. Okay, yeah, we're gonna start doing taxes. Yeah, that's true. You could do like really small taxes. I like to let it build up a little bit more. So like we're over 1,000 now. Now we can do like a 10% tax, and that's gonna give us 100 every time or something. Which is which is good. I mean, we also got to consider I'm on the challenging settings here, so we have more like approval things to think about. Maybe we'll go a little bit less than that. There we go. That's pretty good. And we're already like ahead on our treasury here anyway, since we're doing this bandit camp thing. Okay. What's going on? What's our next task here? Okay. So we're selling, now that we're selling the shields, our trade income's ramping up. We do still need to ramp up on our sheep production. But let's just take stock of what's going on. We have 3 unassigned families. We need to get our firewood going again. Let's staff that. I would like to staff the forester site here too. We want to make sure that we're replanting in this area. Boom. Okay. We are still fishing. Looks like our veggie gardens are starting. So once again, we have 1 cabbage and 1 carrots. Oh, okay. I mean, we can already see carrots are cut. We have 8 carrots. So we can see that the carrots are starting to come in before any cabbages are coming in. Okay. Interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. Definitely want to keep an eye on that. Yeah, we are looking pretty good in a lot of ways. We do have this. So, for example, right, if we have this separate storehouse here that we're like, we want to use this for like only like trade goods and stuff like that, we just turn off everything in the advanced settings, and then we would just go like, yeah, we'll accept charcoal and firewood. We'll accept small shields. We'll accept. No, we're not trading war bows. We'll accept. See, you could. This depends on like the layout or whatever. So you could be like, yeah, we'll accept planks and small shields, or you could only accept small shields and the planks come from the regular. So you could kind of, however it makes sense in your setup. But I would typically just recommend, if you have that separate storehouse for like the trading area, just put everything that's part of the production chain for those items. So if we have charcoal, then we also have firewood. If we have small shields, we also have planks. Once we get to the point of, we'll need wool and yarn, right? Okay, we got that other bandit camp here. We'll take that treasury, and then we're done with these bandits now, or these mercenaries. So we don't need to keep paying them. We brought those mercenaries on temporarily. We got a boost in our treasury. We got a little bit of influence from that as well, since we did some combat. We didn't lose any of our retinue. We're gaining some archer militia, and now we know, like, if at any moment the Baron, even if like right now the Baron was coming to attack our region, we know like we have a safety net here. We can go ahead and hire some mercenaries. Right now the pool is small because we used one of the mercenary companies that was in this pool, and we just released them, so they will come back into the new month just came, so we can see now. So yeah, now we know. Matter of fact, see, he's contesting this region right here, so we can make a decision here. We can either let him take this region, or we could be like, you know what? Let's go contest him for that. I don't know if we're necessarily ready. Let's take a look. It would be a tough battle. I think we could buy all of these, and we could probably only pay them for 1 month. So like if the battle lasted longer than a month, then we would be not looking good. But Because we have 300. Yeah. So we could try to contest him for it, and we could hire mercenaries and try to battle him. You know what I mean? Or we could just wait, you know. I think we'll just wait, you know. It's not necessarily our goal, I guess, but, you know, if we were going for like a speed run here, as far as like claiming all the land, this is where we would want to be like, yeah, we're gonna contest him for this one, because then we would get this region for free, aka no influence cost, because otherwise we would have to spend at least 1,000 to 2,000 influence to be able to contest another region. But if the Baron, essentially, he has already spent his influence, right? He's the one that initiated press on this claim. He spent the 1,000 influence, and we can go and intercede on that and be like, yeah, you spent the influence to press the claim. Now we're going to take the claim. And then I'm going to take this region for free, essentially. I feel like it would be a stretch. I mean, it would probably not be a good idea if we did that right now. I mean, I feel like it's possible. It would be a risk, though. You know what I mean? I think the main risk would be if we can get it done within a month, because then we won't be able to pay the mercenaries again. I don't know. Maybe our taxes would roll over. It would be a gamble. It would be a gamble. Do you guys think we should try it or no? I'll leave it up to you guys. But yeah, no, the Smarties. Yeah, no, Chill's got a lot of. Chill Pill's got a lot of great tips, honestly. Chill Pill's killing it with the insight here, not gonna lie. Straight up. I do that often too, yeah. Especially like earlier on in your towns, you know what I mean? Before, like, if you're still kind of building your approval, building your economy, you know, yada yada, but you want to make sure that you have like a little bit of treasury coming in just in case, you know what I mean? You need to buy a quick mercenary company or something like that. Yeah, like a very small tax, a 1% tax or something like that is a pretty good idea, just to make sure that there's something going on.
Don't be shy, good sirs and ladies.
Don't do it. All right. They know what we're thinking. Dude, we can't just let the Baron freely take over all the lands. What's going on here, guys? Come on. We're just gonna let the Baron just like do whatever he wants? Come on. Alright, next time, which I think will probably be next year, since we're on challenging, he's on aggressive, so he's attacking more often. Probably next year, like 1 year from now, he's probably gonna press claim on our region, so we will need to be ready to fight him at that point. We will need to defend. Otherwise, it's game over. Oh yeah, did you guys see that? See the lightning over here? Oh my gosh. You guys saw that, right? Let's see if we can get another look. Dude, look at these look at that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's crazy, right? That's I do not remember that from before. Those I remember seeing like maybe the sky lighting up, but I do not remember seeing like the actual bolts of lightning. That is really cool. Some of these, some of the weather effects are just really, really amazing now. Yeah, I still think the High Peaks this is probably still my favorite map, to be honest. High Peaks is the best map. I love this map. What's your guys' favorite map? Do you guys like I mean, the new ones are really cool too. I really like the Jagged Cliffs. The Jagged Cliffs is really cool because it has a lot of like, you know, unique terrain and like cool like vantage points to utilize and stuff. The lake one is really cool, obviously, like aesthetically big, you know, can't go wrong with a big lake. It has cool like jagged cliff sides too. I still like High Peaks though, I'm not gonna lie, I think this is my favorite map. Checking in again here on our farming situation. Carrots, look at this. Carrots are crushing it so far. We still don't have any cabbages. Carrots are looking good. Still no cabbages, but we'll see. You know, apparently it's supposed to be a more time investment but higher yield, so we'll see what happens. So far, carrots are looking really good though. And I already know the carrots are way better than the beetroots, so carrots overall looking pretty good so far. We'll see what happens with these cabbages though. I'm definitely interested to see. Let's put a forager here and just have them gather some of these mushrooms while we have a little bit of labor available. Why not? Okay, we're replanting trees over here. We have... Everything's looking pretty good, to be honest. We got now... Trade is increasing. Our sheep are starting to multiply, right? We only brought in 8 sheep, I think, and now we can see the lambs are starting to come in. So I didn't import as many sheep as I would have liked, you know what I mean? It would be great if we had more to start that process, but whatever. And we can always bring in more. Labor is my problem right now. We still have a couple empty houses, so we need a couple more families to move in. You like, oh yeah, you always do it sometimes small time. Yeah. Right. No, that's true. Yeah, I think that's a great approach, Jopil. Yeah, I think the small, progressively small amounts of taxing, you know, over periods of time is a great idea. Lower impact on your approval, and also lower impact on, since it, you know, it literally is taking a percentage of your regional wealth, right? So yeah, lower impact on, you know, on that as well. But you know, as we can see here, at this point I think I'm only selling charcoal and shields, right? And we're taxing what, 7%, right? We're staying above 1,000 regional wealth, and we got a good treasury building up and stuff, so going pretty good so far. Let's think about, we're still okay on tools. Maybe we could think about getting ahead on that. Yeah, other than that, I mean, we're looking pretty good. Like, there's not too much else that we, like, really are, like, desperately needing to catch up on at this point or whatever. I would like to get more sheep. Maybe we can stock up this trading livestock again and just tell them we want more sheep. Would love to ramp up the yarn production and all that here. Yeah, you like Divided? Yeah, you know what, Marcus, that's a good, you know what I like about Divided? I mean, it has that cool terrain where it has like that hill in the middle, which can lead to some like really cool, you know, like combat opportunities and stuff. But what I really like about Divided is that, oh, real quick before I finish that, what's going on here? Pantry's full. Oh, okay. See, they're producing so many carrots. Dude, look at the carrots, guys. The carrots are going crazy. We're starting to see a little bit of cabbages coming in, but the carrots are just going crazy, guys. Yeah, look, they're not even able to keep up. That we need another. Yeah. What did I just assign someone to there? To the livestock. That's right. We need another person on this granary. We need to put more people on storage. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to take this forager family and they're going to go granary because we want to make sure that they're getting all these vegetables put away. Yeah, I really like Divided too, Marcus, because not only that middle part, but what's really great about Divided is that the regions are, well, not all, I mean, there's like maybe 1 or 2 that are maybe a little bigger, but a lot of the regions on that map are kind of smaller, like more of like a thin, smaller type of regional land shape, which leads to the resource deposit, like a way higher chance that the resource deposits are like way closer proximity. So I've noticed like a couple ones on that where I've started a new game or whatever just to see what it looks like, and yeah, it's like almost every time where I'm like, wow, like nearly all the deposits are like really close proximity. You know, if you choose, like for example, the Winding River map has some really large regions. You know what I mean? Like there's some regions on there that are like probably like twice as big as the region that we're in right now, even, you know what I mean? And that just gives way more opportunity for example, like this fishing deposit could be like way over here, you know, or, you know, like things like that where the resources end up being like super far apart. So it's kind of nice when the region is a little bit smaller, just like, you know, size wise of the land. Way higher chance that you're going to have those deposits closer proximity, which can be more efficient, right? And that's kind of the name of the game with everything in this game, right? In Manor Lords, so. Yeah, but that being said, the Winding River is very nice aesthetically, that's for sure. Yeah, the river, yeah, I see you guys, yeah. Yeah, you want big land. Yeah, see, and that's a fair point too. Chill pill, as a an inverse to the point that I just made about like the resource deposits being closer together and a smaller land space. That being said, if you're wanting to do like a bigger farming operation or backyard veggie plots or orchards or whatever things like that, then yes, then maybe you do want just kind of more open space. In which case, yeah, like the Winding River map is probably going to be one of your best options. The regions in the Winding River map I do think are the most wide open, big, and flat in general. So the Winding River gives you the most opportunity for that. Or the original map too, I guess, right? The Germanic Valley. That one's pretty good too. It's like the regions are pretty big in that one. Oh, and that's a good point too, Smarties. Yeah, yeah. The river one does offer some nice strategical advantages for the combat too, where you can use those choke points on the bridges across the rivers. 100%. Yeah, totally. So we can see here so we do have an issue with our carrots here, where like now they're finally starting. See, we're actually we're probably missing out on some carrot production here because they're just sitting full, like. The storage has been full the whole time as a result of the granary workers not getting to it fast enough. So we probably even want like a third family to work the granary here. You know what I mean? Once again, logistics absolutely paramount. We do have our granary, it's all very close proximity, but this is just like one of those things where it's like when they have the big yield, it's like they gotta be like on it. You know what I mean? Because this just piles up so fast. And that's another reason why we want the upgraded building. So, for example, like I don't have a great setup here where, like, if if we weren't so busy talking about other stuff or whatever, like we mentioned with the storehouse earlier, this granary should be upgraded because right now, like our granary workers, let's take a look. Let's zoom in. I'm gonna pause real quick. We're on the granary people, so we can see here, right? Like, look, this person. Where's your hand cart, right? Why don't you have a hand cart? Why don't you have a hand cart? So this person, like this Gerhaz or whatever, whatever her name is, she's carrying like what, two carrots or something. You know what I mean? We don't know. I don't know. Like 1 or 2 carrots, whatever, right? Because we haven't upgraded the granary and we don't have access to those additional hand carts. Our granary workers are like super inefficient right now. Like Gerhaz here is like running back and forth like a mad woman carrying 2 carrots at a time. You know what I mean? So that's not good. I should have, this granary should be upgraded, and that would probably eliminate a lot of these. See all these people. Look, where's your none of these people have a hand cart. Massive issue. All these people are, look at them, just running like madmen back and forth, grabbing 2 carrots at a time or whatever. Like, nah, that's horrible. We should absolutely have this granary. It should be upgraded. We should have more hand carts available for our granary workers. That would alleviate a lot of this pressure here. I'm not going to do it right now since they're in the middle of harvesting here. We should have had it done ahead of time. But once they're done with this pickup, task or whatever, then we need this upgrade this granary. Carrots are best. Next best. Yeah, so we're still keeping an eye. Yeah, I mean, so far it's looking like carrots are just like incredible, right, guys? I mean, we'll still like. It does say that the carrots or the cabbages are supposedly take a longer time to get, in the full production cycle. But so far, carrots are looking vastly superior, and I know they're definitely better than beetroots. So yeah. So far, carrots looking fantastic, right? Yeah, divided surprise. You found the fighting the bandits raiders much more fun. Oh, cool. It's the variety of terrain. Yeah, no, totally, Marcus. I feel you on that. That's a great point. Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. Yeah, absolutely. Very cool. Love to hear that. New beta has very low amount of resources. Yeah. Upgrade granary. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, yeah. Parents say yeah. Yes, yeah. So we have a couple options. Yeah, see a couple things that I'm behind on because we're yapping about other stuff. But Yes. Essentially here, absolutely. Just like Chill Pill said and just like Dave said, we had an issue there that you guys could see where like it's still kind of going on, right? I don't want to make these changes while they're in the midst of these tasks because that would make it worse. But we should have ahead of time upgraded the house for more pantry space and upgraded the granary for additional storage space. Cool, yeah, but the hand carts, that's what we really need. Like I pointed out, you can see all of our villagers running around. You know, they're poor little Dorothy here is carrying 2 carrots at a time. She needs technology. We've invented the wheel by this time. We might as well use it, right? But as you can see, guys, remember when we used that little, we only imported 10 rye grain, you know what I mean? And we had a little period there where it was like, ooh, we might fall behind on food. Not going to be an issue now, right? That was just a temporary measure where we were like, oh man, I'm feeling like it's going to take me a little bit of time to get the veggies ramped up or whatever. We imported a little bit of rye bread, and now we're totally fine, right? That was that was a perfect use of like the bread situation right there. We're probably done with this communal oven. I'll leave it up for now, just in case we end up using it again, but pretty much should be done with that. Let's get ahead on tools again. I'm gonna go ahead and staff up Bloomery here. Get some because we're still. I'm just keeping 10 iron ore coming in at the trade. You know, a reserve of 10 iron ore set at the trading post at all times. So we always have some lying around in case we just need to knock out a few more tools. Gotta make sure we're not falling behind on that, of course. That's another one of the main things. I've seen people struggling with the tools, struggling with the clothing, and the the mining rates and that kind of stuff. How we doing on livestock here? Okay, it's starting to ramp up a little bit. See our land, we're starting to get reproduction happening here. And we are importing a few more because we put another person at the livestock trading post and they are importing livestock more. Okay, good. So yeah, we're ramping up here. I'm guessing in this next year here, we're probably going to have to battle the Baron here in this upcoming year. So our treasury is looking very strong. We're definitely going to be able to hire mercenaries. We can probably max out our retinue as well. We have a full company of archer militia here. That's great. And that being said, that means we're probably starting to get excess warbows, right? Because we're using 36. Now we're past that. We have 42. So we can probably start selling excess warbows as well. Why not? You know what I mean? So we can just, like this trade route's only 60. We'll buy that. Export. And we'll set the surplus to 0 because it's taking into account that we're using 36 of them. So the surplus will be any more than that. So we'll just put a 0 surplus. So we don't need any more than we need for this company. So at this point, we're kind of thinking ahead about, I feel like our town setup's not too bad. Obviously, we don't really have like housing levels upgraded and stuff too much at this point, but we can get a little bit more of like residential infrastructure. But at this point, we're kind of thinking about military. Since we're on the High Peaks map, it's a smaller map, and I have it on the aggressive, the challenging, so the Baron's moving quick with taking the regions. We're already at the point where he's taking the rest of the map, and we got to think about, we got to defend our land here pretty soon, right? So that's kind of our next short-term goal. But we're gonna move forward on what we had talked about. We got to upgrade this granary, and we got to upgrade these houses. I'm gonna let the granary upgrade go first, and then we're gonna upgrade these houses. And that way, we should not encounter that bottleneck issue again. With the harvesting. Our treasury, yeah, everything's looking good. We're still on 7%. We probably ramp that up even more. See, we're on 7%, and our regional wealth is actually still climbing. We were at like 1,000. Now we're at like 1,300. We're taxing 7%, and we're still climbing. So that's not too bad. I mean, maybe we could turn it up like slightly more. I'm actually not going to worry about it because I think we have plenty of time. You know what I mean? Like by the time months are going to go by, we're going to have a ton of treasury that we'll be able to utilize for combat necessities. Yes, yeah, we're gonna need, if we upgrade too many houses, yeah, we've already got 3 level 2 houses, and we're gonna put in 2 more level 2 houses here. We're gonna have to consider our approval rating. Is gonna start taking more and more of a hit the more that we upgrade houses that we're not prepared with the clothing, we're not prepared with that third food variety. We're not prepared with a tier 2 church. We're not prepared with ale, right? So right now I'm just kind of upgrading minimal amount of houses, which I think in general, you always want to just upgrade minimal amount of houses in general. But yeah, we're definitely upgrading as minimal as possible to make sure we're maintaining our approval. But we do need to think ahead about that. Yeah, absolutely. They're going to want ale. They're going to want clothing. They're going to want that third food tier, and they're going to want a second tier church. So those are things that we need to keep in the back of our mind as well. Okay, granary's been upgraded. We're going to upgrade both of these houses, and now we're going to have 5 level 2 houses. So like we said, we're going to have to keep an eye on our approval here. We can't go too far with the challenging settings here. That'll impact us pretty heavily, you know? So let's build a few more houses, because we're gonna, I think, get a brewery extension. So we need more residential availability. Where is a good place? I guess I don't know if we can really fit any in right here, but okay, nice. Put a couple right there. We'll probably get a brewer up and start getting ale. We always need ale for the peasants, right? That's a #1 need. Everyone needs a little quality of life, you know? Even the peasants deserve a little quality of life out here. And we'll have clothing coming soon. We're behind on the I would ideally like to. I'm gonna stop importing sheep, but I think we're good now at the point where they can reproduce pretty good, but that took a little longer than we ideally would have wanted, but it's okay. Let's get sheep farm. Let's think about this, because we want the yarn production to be, you know, as centralized as possible as well. I'm thinking we'll put the sheep farm. Let's do sheep farm right here, and weaver's hut will be just right next to it right here. Actually, let's do like a little side road here, because I don't want to create too much congestion on the main road. Just in case, you know what I'm saying? So let's do that same thing, but we just moved it like a little side road here. So we'll go sheep farm and weaver's hut. We're gonna get ready for yarn production. Okay. We'd like a second family on this storehouse too. I think we can afford it now. Let's get that second family on storehouse. Now we have double families on both storage buildings. That's great. Make sure we're keeping up with that. Sheep farm's up. Weaver, so we're ready to start our... I'm going to put 1 person on the sheep farm so we start producing wool, and we're going to get ready for that yarn production chain. So we're getting another core trade item ready to go here. We're already... Look at our regional wealth. I mean, look, we're climbing heavily, and now we're up to 1,800, and we're still taxing 7% all the while. Look at our treasury. It's climbing. Treasury is climbing. Regional wealth's climbing. Approval is still fine. We are ahead on food, firewood, tools, everything. Looks like we've got a bunch more slabs, iron slabs ready. We're going to move this guy to the smithy so we can turn those into more tools. We're staying ahead on that. Only thing that we're kind of like falling behind on, it looks like, is planks. Like, maybe we want a second logging operation, you know what I mean? Take those guys off the forester hut because they can't do that during winter. But maybe we want a second logging operation, maybe another ox, you know what I mean? Let's like increase the efficiency of this, because we shouldn't really be falling behind on planks. So we're going to get another logging camp. I'm going to get another hitching post. So we're going to get another ox. We're going to ramp up our timber production so our plank production can stay ahead. All right, and then we're keeping an eye. I mean, cabbages are still lower than carrots, but we'll see what happens in this next year when they go through another cycle. So we'll probably get through one more cycle here, like one more year or whatever. See what happens with the veggies and stuff. We'll get a battle in with the Baron. See if we can take him on. We should be ready. And then that'll probably be it for this live stream. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I'm really glad the live stream thing is working out. I'll definitely keep doing these more often too. Seems like there's been a pretty good amount of interest. So yeah, I appreciate it, guys. If you guys have any more questions or anything, fire away. We still got a bit left here to do. We'll get through this upcoming year. We're only in year 3 actually. So. But I think we're already ready to fight the Baron at the full capacity and everything. Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, the economy's crazy. How good it is. Yeah, I know. I know. Sometimes sometimes I like. Oh, sorry, I missed some of the chat got delayed there. It just caught up. Sorry. Yeah, sometimes you look putting goats in the backyard for meat and shoes. Yeah, 100%, Dave. 100%. Yeah, and also like I kind of showed earlier with our environmental bonus here, since we have the woodland bonus. I think putting the pig, if we put pig pens in the backyard here, that would be a really good call because we have a pretty strong bonus from this panage, I guess is how you say it, right? So we have a pretty strong bonus from this. So our pigs could be producing extra pork, right? Yeah, pork. Yeah, so I think doing the pig backyards in this one would be really good. That being said, I feel like we're not really like struggling for food. It would be good to have that additional food variety. Animal produce. It wouldn't cover our third variety though, because meat is the same as fish. So if we had pork coming in, it would give us more for this category, but it wouldn't fulfill our third category necessarily. So for this one, we need to either build some orchards for fruits, or we would need to put in chicken coops, because animal produce is either eggs or milk, which right now I don't think there's any way to produce milk, right? So we would either need chicken backyards for eggs, or we would need to be getting fruits from orchards or just importing them or whatever. But yeah, the pigs would be a fantastic choice here in general, I would say. It's just that it wouldn't help us necessarily for our third food variety in this case, since we already have fish, you know what I mean? Yeah. Dude, chill. I swear, I like the max speed thing is definitely not like advised, for getting the, you're gonna have interruptions in some of the production and stuff, but sometimes it's just like, dude, I can't live without it, Especially for like when I'm trying to get towns ready for like videos and stuff or whatever, and it's just like, oh my gosh. But yeah, totally. Yeah, you struggle with mixing goats, sheep, pigs to get the right ratio of, so yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I see what you mean. I think, once again, it kind of depends on like your setup, what resources you already have available, what resources you're already producing, and then your environment affinity bonuses, right? So, once again, if you're in an environment, say for example, if we didn't have this fishing pond right here, right? And we were like, oh, we've got a strong bonus of that woodland bonus. Oh yeah, I think the pig pens in that case would be pretty much a must. You know what I mean? Because then we would not have this category fulfilled for the meats or fishes. But yeah, the pigs would be absolutely critical right there. And we can still do that here. It's just, as you see, it's not necessarily a different category. But yeah, absolutely. The eggs, I think the egg, like the chicken coops are still like really, the eggs produce like really slowly. But the good thing is though, is that we have fruits as an option for this one, which we can, I just don't have it here because we're kind of focused on, other stuff. We're testing out these veggies and whatever. But I've done a couple other playthroughs where I've put the pears. The pears in the backyard extension for the orchards are huge. The pears and the apples are both pretty massive. The quinces, not really so worth it. Similar to the beetroots, I think the lower tier ones are not really worth it, guys. Like the beetroots and the quinces, not too great. But pears and apples, really good. As we can see here, carrots really good. Jury's still out on cabbages, but we'll see.
Vegetables so fresh, you'll swear they was picked this
But yeah, essentially, if we had this set up, but we also had an orchard, which I normally would, but we're just kind of, you know, we didn't really do that in this stream here. But we would have everything we need for if we had the orchards here. And then clothing is just, you know, we all know what's going on with clothing, so I'm not gonna, you know, go on and on about that. We're not gonna worry about that. If you don't know what's going on, check out the pinned video in the chat. But yeah, and we are getting ready for beverages though, right? Because we got more houses ready. We got combat here. Oh, hold on. We gotta stop everything. We got raiders. All right, guys. We got to take care of this. So, this is where this strategy of us like kind of relying on the mercenaries might hurt us a little bit. We'll see. Because we do have some troops available, but not really enough to take on a whole. If there's like 2 bands of raiders, so we got to make a decision here. First of all, let's take a look at the mercenaries. Now, important for us to look at where are they going to arrive. So we got Lying Neck, Outbrook, and yeah, that one. So let's see, where are these places? What's the closest? Okay, so Leonek is our region, right? So that's good. Whichever is the one that arrives in Leonek, we want this one. We want these guys. Because the rest of these guys, they're going to take too long to get here. So we're going to grab these guys because they arrive in our region. So we're going to purchase them. Bada bing, bada boom. And actually, look, they're going to spawn. They're going to spawn right here on the edge of the region. And yeah, we don't even need to. We don't even need to worry. They're not even gonna make it past the border. So, but as you can see, we got a little bit lucky there, RNG wise, right? Like this band of mercenaries just happened to be available right here in this region. But right, you guys can see how like if we were only able to get like mercenaries that were coming from this region way up here or whatever, there's no way that they would make it here in time, right? So in that case, we would definitely be relying on our own troops to take care of this. But we got a little bit lucky there when we took a look at that mercenary list, and these guys were like literally right here. So yeah, boom. Ah, there we go. Done. Now we can let these guys go. It's as simple as that, right? So I know a lot of people struggle with like the raiders attacking their town and stuff. You can really simplify it with, once again, we got super lucky there with just like the fact that those mercenaries were available like right there at that same exact location. But same concept, guys. If you have raiders coming, like just, kind of think ahead and look at the mercenaries here and look at like what region are they going to come to? What's my best odds of them, making it here in time or whatever. You could also utilize that kind of kiting strategy that we used earlier, right? Where where I took the bandit camps. So if I was like in a situation where I was like, oh my God, like these mercenaries are not going to make it in time. My town is in danger. What I would have done, either one of two things. I would have gone to the manor and maxed out this retinue and gotten a full 12 retinue because we have the treasury, and just taken them on with my retinue and the archers and done the best possible with that. Probably still would have won the battle, but we definitely would have lost some retinue soldiers for sure, and we would have had to pay to replace them. Or I would have just summoned the retinue and do the same technique where I would take the retinue, go over, run them down to aggro the bandits, and then kite the bandits with the retinue over, if our mercenaries were coming from way up the map, then I would use the retinue to kite them to meet the mercenary companies that I bought. Those would have been my two options, I feel, otherwise. Yeah. You never know what to do at the end. Sorry, I'm behind on comments here because that combat came up there. Let's take what do we need? Any other? I want to get. I want to set up real quick malt. Right. Import malt. Let's just do like 20 malt. Okay. And we're gonna get a malt house. Let's just do. Oh yeah, we can fit it right. Look at that. Boom. So we're gonna get malt. We'll go malt house, and we'll do like a brewery like right here. And then we've got like a really condensed brewing area going on. And then we can put a tavern like right next to that. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, cool. That is looking good. So let's go ahead. Let's get... This guy will be ready to upgrade to brewery. So that's our next kind of thing that we're looking to head to there. Yeah, okay. So you never know what to do with the angle. I know, right? Like the trade, if you... I'm telling you guys, if you just follow this... what I talked about in like the economy guide and stuff, like... Pff, dude, you guys are going to have so much money, you're not even going to know what to do with it. Absolutely. There's only so much you need to buy. That's right. See, I mean, at this point, like, we could... You know, we could just be like, hey, I'm just gonna import eggs or import fruits or whatever because I have so much freaking money and I don't care. You know what I mean? So, you know, you could definitely just do that and you could just avoid a whole, yeah. Like, a strong economy opens up so many doors, right, for any town. Absolutely. That's true. That's true. Here, let me go through some of these other ones. And maybe keep this save and continue this in the next live stream. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. Yeah, we can definitely do that. Sebastian, hey, what's up, dude? Welcome. Did you know you can buy... You can reassign manor workers? Yes. Yes. Yeah. This is definitely a bug. Yeah. This is 100% a bug. This is 100% a bug, but yeah, you can, yeah, you can. These are technically families that you can assign. Like we can take these guys and assign them to, you know, storehouse or whatever. Definitely, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna utilize it because we do have like other regular families still available and stuff, and I'm not positive that this is a bug, but I'm pretty confident that this is a bug.
It was simply a bad bet.
That being said, definitely feel free to use it if you know. Yeah, absolutely. I did notice that. Yeah, it was interesting. I don't think you're really supposed to be able to do that, though. That being said, there's a lot of things that we're probably not really supposed to be able to do in this game that we are able to do anyways, right? Let's go another log. We got that other log. Yeah, we want to ramp up that timber production, right? Did we ever order that third ox? Oh, I never did. Getting distracted. So we'll get third ox. Let's take a look at our pasture space. I think we need more pasture space. Yep, we are full on pasture space. Another... So you said one tick. Like that? Oh, holy crap. I see what you're saying. That holds 20... What the heck? Yeah, okay. This is what you're talking about, right? This is what you're talking about with the pasture space, right? Yeah, that's ridiculous. But, I mean, that's funny. I mean, I'm sure it looks wonky, right? Then you got, like, a bunch of sheep that are just, like, barely even fit in here. That's hilarious. That fit, like, this fits 24 sheep? Okay. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Let's fix that. Thank you for pointing that out. 14, 12. Yeah, we want to import barley. Yeah, there we go. Thank you for pointing that out. We're going to import barley for cheaper, turn it into malt, and then, yeah. Good. You can also reassign joiner workers. Right, yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah, so, see, that's the thing. I think this whole ordeal with, like, the artisan workers being able to be, like, you know, the manor workers and the artisan workers being able to be reassigned to other jobs is 100% not intended. That being said, like I said, I think there's a lot of stuff in here that's not intended, so, you know, you use what you want, you know, for sure. Like I use that, we kind of use that cheese strat, I guess, right, with the kiting the bandit camps or whatever, right? So yeah, totally. Okay, yeah, you need at least 6 apiaries. Yeah, no, for sure. So yeah. So I think you're talking about this environment affinity, right? For the pollination, which gets increased by apiaries. Yes, this is one that I haven't really looked into yet because the apiaries aren't like they're not really used for anything currently. So I have not. Yeah, I haven't really looked into this one too much. But yes, that 100% chill pill. Yeah. So, so that being said, once the apiaries do have a purpose. So, like, once we are able to produce I don't know how to say it, but you know, the cookies, the German cookies or whatever, and the mead, which the mead's not even on this tooltip, but there's going to be mead and the cookies, right, which will require honey. Once those are in the game, then I think that's going to be an extremely powerful setup. Yeah. If you have a good pollination bonus, then you get some apiaries around to boost the bonus of the pollination in combination with your vegetable farms or you know, regular farms or whatever. Yeah, really good, I think. Yeah, for sure. So we'll keep an eye out here. Once we get barley coming in, then we'll start that production process. He's first is he stuck in the battles. Yeah, no, it's all good, dude. Yeah, the combat can be kind of wonky. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it feels like I didn't even have to do anything, and then sometimes it's like, oh my god. But we'll see. The Baron will have a good challenge here coming up, I believe, probably this year, since he's on aggressive. He'll probably try to take our region, so we'll have a good battle with the Baron here. We'll see how that goes. Just go long. Yeah, with these that is actually crazy how this works with the that is really goofy. I mean, this has the same amount of space. There, look at that. Both of these literally hold 24 sheep. For perspective here, right? Now I see exactly what you were talking about. That is ridiculous. That's silly. That's really silly. I mean, it looks better if you do it like this, obviously, but yeah, space-wise, that's pretty crazy. All right, so let's see. All right, we're starting to get wool. So we can start to make yarn. Let's start to make some yarn. It'd be great to get a couple more families in if we could too. I mean, we could also be harvesting clay and selling clay. I mean, there's a bunch more stuff we could be doing. We're just, you know. Let's get a couple more houses going. Okay, so we're going to want to start producing yarn. We're going to upgrade this guy to a brewery. We're going to start producing ale. So we have a couple more jobs to fill. We upped our timber and plank production. We got that third ox in the town. That's good. We could probably even use another one, right? Why not? We have more than enough money. See, this is the point where it's like, I know there was a question earlier about like, what's the, you know, best like ox ratio or whatever, right? Now we're kind of at the point where it's just like, order as many oxens as you want. You know what I mean? We're in no money crunch, right? So if I'm feeling, you know, if we're kind of, you know, a good way to kind of get an idea of it is we press tab and we can see our ox like icons. If we see that they're all constantly moving, then that probably means we need another one. You know what I mean? But if we see that at least like one or two of them are pretty much just constantly like idle sitting at the hitching post, then you probably don't need more. But right now I can see like they're all actively moving pretty much constantly. We can see the ox icons like constantly moving. Probably means that we can get another one. You know what I mean? So we'll get one more. We'll get one more hitching post here. And actually, we could also think about, before we forget, order our ox. There we go. We could also think about, I'm not going to worry about, like, you know, a full-on castle planner ordeal here, but we could at least do the garrison tower. Let's commit to that, and that way we can double our retinue size. So we can get a full 24 retinue. So we'll add the garrison tower. I would like to free up a little bit more workers for that if possible. Got a pretty significant amount of construction materials involved with that. What can we afford? Oh, Smithy, I think they're idle, right? Smithy's been idle for a hot minute because they've got through that iron, so Smithy's good for now. Look, we re-upped on our tools. We're up to 30 tools again. We haven't been struggling with tools at all this whole time. No iron vein in the region, and we are literally only just keeping in excess of 10 iron ore around at a time. So very minimal investment. Seems to be pretty realistic to keep up with, right? Yeah, you can make it even narrower. Did I put 2 ticks on that one? Holy God. That's crazy.
Firewood.
What's up, Vicious? What's going on, dude? How are you? Welcome in. If the clothing was bug. Yep. The clothing bug. Oh, if it was fixed. It's been fixed, but not for us. Yeah, it's fixed internally. If you watch the video that is pinned here in the chat, I review all of that information about the clothing issue, along with a list of fixes that they have confirmed for the beta, and a bunch of other information that'll help you out. Yeah. Apiaries are... I know, I agree. So I never really used apiaries before. I know that was like kind of a... there were some builds, like I know there was like Tacticat had one of his like Flexo builds that used apiaries and stuff, which is definitely really good. But in general, yeah, they're kind of meh. I think, like I said, they will get better once we're able to use them for other stuff. The meat and the whatever, but yeah, for now it's kind of meh. But, you know, I mean, if you have a good pollination bonus, right? I feel like the apiary, like, I feel like they will definitely be, you know what I mean? Like, if you have, like, a strong pollination bonus, you're doing a lot of, like, you have a bunch of crops, farming kind of thing going on. Yeah, I think it'll definitely be worth it at that point, right? It was there in earlier version. Wait, sorry, what's that? What was in the earlier version already? Initial 24 will hold many more. If you do in that area by removing it temporarily. Oh, yeah. Like if I, yeah, right. Like if I fix this one or whatever. Yeah, I gotcha. I'm not gonna worry about it, right? Yeah, now that I understand the strategy here. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. 1 tick. That's 1 tick, right? Boom. I mean, that's pretty much it, right? I mean, that is crazy. So if we put like strips all here, I mean, we'd have space for like 100 some sheep, right?
Vegetables.
Maybe even more. Yeah, that's crazy.
Greens, healthy and hearty. Cheated him? Never.
Takes ages to be built. Yeah. Oh, you mean, are you talking about the manor? The manor, like manor upgrades taking ages to be built, like the castle planner stuff? I assume that's what you're talking about, right? It does take forever. Since we only put on the garrison tower here, that wasn't too bad. Now we can get a full 24 retinue, so that's good. Side note, if you guys... This is a random little bug, but if you upgrade the garrison tower to the level 2, it removes, like, you don't get the extra retinue space or whatever, so it's kind of dumb. So don't upgrade your garrison tower. Upgrade everything else if you want to do a castle. Okay, so we got... Let's now set up... Brewery. Oh, where you need planks. Our plank situation is struggling a bit, isn't it? Let's do production reserve on our shields and bows. Yep, good. Okay. Are we doing okay on the timber? I mean, I guess we're ramping up on the timber. We got those additional ox now. See, now we have 4 ox, and they're all mobile. And we could probably even import another one, you know what I mean? There's really no reason to not keep importing more if we have the money and they're all being used. Pasture thing. Oh, I see. Yeah, gotcha. So the pasture trick or whatever for getting more of them in the small strips was always a thing. Gotcha. Okay, I never knew about that, actually. Yeah, thank you for the tip. That is crazy. It's actually crazy how many freaking sheep you can fit in such a... We are utilizing the space like crazy out here, huh? Love that. Alright, we got that other hitching post. Let's get another ox. Or are we still locked out for... Oh, one more day. Okay. Trader available in 1 day. We're ready for you now! Here we go. Order that. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. What's next? What's next? Okay, we got the brewery coming in. Okay. We have barley in the town. So we're going to staff the malt house. Staff the malt house. Brewery's coming in. Then we staff the tavern. And then we are supplying ale to the peasants. And then everyone's going to be happy again.
Perhaps he simply does not know how to cook properly.
Vegetables so fresh, you'll swear they was picked this very
Never.
morning.
Gosh, man. These markets... Listen to these market guys. They're going crazy. Couple more houses, because why not? Yeah, the manor takes forever to build. Yeah, that's always been the case. It's like, and it's weird too, because it's like, for example, like we've already built the manor and the garrison tower. Like if we made a bunch of other stuff, like added walls or whatever, then it's like, for whatever reason, they need to rebuild the manor and the garrison tower on top of the new construction tasks. So it, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of, obviously that's still not at 100% yet, for sure. The castle planner still has some stuff that needs to be worked out. That's for sure. But if you are, oh, okay, so yeah, Anton, okay, cool, yeah. So if you already have a 24 retinue, then you upgrade the tower, then you're good. Okay. After you build everything, keep waiting. Main building and garrison happens quickly. Yeah. Right, okay, so yeah, it's a weird system, but yeah. Upgrade ended up with 24 out of 12 retinue. Oh, okay, see, but then you can't, right, so then if you go back down to 12 or 10 or whatever, then you can't refill them back to 24 if you upgrade the tower then. Okay. Yeah, 100% chill. That's the main thing with the castle planner right now, is that there's definitely crashes. I experienced that for sure as well, myself. On the first town that I did here on the beta, I was like, you know, all excited about like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna make a video and like show everyone all the new, you know, features and everything. And it was like on the day of release, so, you know, it's kind of like a time-sensitive thing, you know what I mean? And yeah, then I was like, oh, here, now let's check out the castle planner. Here we go, boom, 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 and then you know, crash, and then basically that entire save was messed up at that point. Had to start a whole new town or whatever. So yeah, pretty frustrating. But luckily, I haven't ran into that issue again since then. I did manage to. I have another playthrough that I'll show here before we wrap up today. I'll show you guys a couple of the other towns real quick if you want. But yeah, I did manage to get in a pretty badass castle built, which is really cool. The one I showed in the castle planner guide. But yeah, let's take a look at our food here. Okay, carrots still ahead of cabbages. We'll see though. We are going to have a harvest season coming up here, right? Plowing and sowing. So they're not quite at the harvest. This is the cabbages on the right side. Carrots are on the left. So we'll see here what happens. We should hopefully we'll see what happens with the cabbages here. If they do not ramp up this year, like if we don't see the cabbages surpass the carrots by this time, then it's 100% that the carrots are just the best veggie overall. Okay. Are we brewing? Are we brewing? Oh, we're brewing. Look at that. We got ale. All right, let's staff up this tavern. There we go, baby. We are brewing. People are going to have ale now. You're welcome. You're welcome, peasants. All right, cool. We are brewing ale. I feel like that's like the unofficial, like, victory condition of Manor Lords. Provide ale to the peasants, dude. You got to do that. If you're not providing ale to your peasants, I mean, I'm sorry, but you might not be fit to be a lord. I'm just saying. It's absolutely paramount, dude. Who would want to be a peasant in that village, you know? It's a hard enough life as it is as a peasant, you know? How are we doing on yarn? Okay, yarn's starting to ramp up a little bit. Wool and yarn's ramping up a little bit. Sheep and lambs. Ooh, you know what? I am noticing... Okay, so I think we have an issue here. This is another issue that I've seen people comment about. This is a good chance to talk about this one too. I'm noticing here our sheep, our sheep population or whatever is dwindling somehow, right? We don't have a butcher's shop. We're not slaughtering the sheep. We're not butchering them. Where the hell are my sheep going? This is a new feature, elevation. Now it's a little bit confusing because there is if we open the construction menu, over here on the overlays, there's a new overlay for elevation. Now sheep are supposed to have a chance to die at elevation. That being said, I mean, we have sheep over here, which is not in the elevation area, so that's a little bit confusing. But I'm pretty sure that's what's going on, right? We have sheep that are dying to this new elevation mechanic, which seems a little wonky because once again we can see here on the overlay, right, that the elevation area seems to be, not where we have the sheep, but we're definitely losing sheep, right? So I think that's what's going on. So if we look real quick, actually we can't go back to the now that we've chosen a development point, we can't go back into the menu, but there's a perk. A new perk that makes it so your sheep don't die from elevation or whatever. You know what I mean? So I think that's what's going on. It's a little confusing why it's happening because we can see here in the overlay, but I'm pretty sure that, you know what I mean? Like, I think the overlay is just maybe wonky and where the sheep actually are in elevation and that's why we're losing them. But yeah. just yeah, the great discovery, right, Smarties? Great discovery. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. I see what you're saying, Chill. Yeah, 100%. Playing on. Yeah, you're to the normal. That is kind of true. Yeah, if you're going for like tier 3 housing and normal mode, that's basically a hard mode right now. Yeah, totally. Yes, we do. Yeah, absolutely, Smarties. 100% correct. So if we really want it, we're still not getting 100% production out of either of our farms here because they are not, if we would need to get them to level 3 housing to add 2 more housing spaces in here and have a total of 4 families as small holding assignments on each one to get 100%. Very true. Yes. So we're one step closer since we got the beverages now. We would need to upgrade the church and, get in fruits or animal produce or whatever. But yes, that would be the way that, that would be a definitely, the main goal in that regard, 100%. That being said, as we can see, we're not struggling with keeping up with food right now, of course, but yes, absolutely, that is the way that you would want to go for any large plot like this, particularly veggies too. I would say same for apples too. Yeah, either orchard or veggie. Yeah, 100%. You want a double plot. But yeah, we haven't been we should have. We would have ideally been collecting clay this whole time. Right? We should probably put a mine over here because then we would be getting the roof tiles that we need to upgrade the housing and the church. And we could also be selling clay, as I mentioned in the economy guide. Just selling raw clay is really good. So we could be selling clay too, but we're kind of not really struggling with economy. We're not really struggling with food, but yes, as far as if we were to get the maximum out of them, absolutely, 100% correct. I'm going to restaff this fishing again because we got a full fishing pond sitting here. Looks like we're still waiting on one ox. We ordered a 5th ox, I think, right? That isn't quite here because we still have 1, 2, 3, 4. But that's going good. Is the clothing issue fixed? Not yet. It is fixed. Well, yes and no. The clothing issue is fixed. Yes. Do we have access to the fixes? No, not yet. Is it fixed? Yes. Is it fixed for us? No.
Perhaps he simply does not know how to cook properly.
Why your Manor Lords do not make update? It's a beta update.
Find a ways anywhere else.
This is a beta update, so this is available to anyone. This is open to anyone. We don't have any mods, nothing special here. I don't have any special access, no mods, nothing like that. Here, I'll link for you here. Here. Oh. I'll drop a link for you here if you want to check that out. Beta patch notes and connection info article. There you go. If you're interested in the, yeah, check out the, I linked the article in the description of that video there. Along with, you know, if you're also just wondering, like, what's changed and you know, what's going to be different in Manor Lords, because these updates are going to be hitting the main client very soon. Just check out the last little bunch of videos. I think, like, maybe the last 5 or 6 videos that I've posted. That's going to get you dialed in on pretty much all the new info, or most of it, and get you ready for those new updates that are coming. Very significant amount of changes, huge changes. Like, it's hard to even wrap our heads around, right? I mean, the amount of stuff that got adjusted and changed is crazy. Not just like little, you know, some things that were like kind of a minor change, you know what I mean? But then a lot of things that were just like, hey, we're not going to do just like a little change. We're going to completely overhaul the system. You know what I mean? So, like the development points, obviously. So yeah, lots of significant changes here. And then the resource categories. We've got all these new subcategories and stuff. It's pretty cool. I've heard a lot of, what do you guys think though? Like, what's your guys' honest, do you guys like feel like too much changed, or like, you know what I mean? I feel like I've seen like kind of, you know, some people that are like, I really like a lot of the changes, but maybe it was just like a little bit too much, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how I feel. I kind of feel like, yeah, it's like a lot of the changes are really cool. Definitely like makes sense. But at the same time, a lot of the changes were pretty drastic, you know what I mean?
Poor quality, you say? Impossible.
Yeah, no mods. No mods. Oh, no reserve avail in the tavern. It sucks. Have extra storage avail.
Never. Perhaps he simply does not know how to cook properly.
Why is that, Chopel? Is it like a spoilage thing, or what's the advantage there?
Don't be shy, good sirs and ladies.
Totally, Dave. Yeah, the butcher not having a limit for sheep is a huge pain. Yes, that is another thing that they did at least confirm that it is. They have they put that on the list of fixes that they said, like, oh, we fixed the reserve option or whatever for the butcher with sheep. So luckily that we will have access to that again soon, but definitely an annoyance for now, because those butchers be going crazy, dude. They are they can't be stopped. They can't be contained. All the requirements should be met for it to be fully functional. That's why you're saying to upgrade the granary. Shoot. I'm sorry, Chopo. I'm lost now. What are we talking about now? I'm sorry.
Come one, come all. Feast your eyes.
The requirements should be met to be fully functional. For which one? Sorry. They need to change a lot. Yeah, I know. Try the deep mine thing.
Keep your half warm.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right, Chill Pill. Dude, I apologize, by the way, if that was incorrect information that I gave you. Definitely apologize. Does anyone else? We can try. Probably our better chance would be. Well, crap. No. See, we would need to. we would need to mine through this entire clay deposit to be able to test that right here. Does anyone have any insight on... Chill Pill asked me a question about... Because a lot of people are running... We briefly talked about this earlier, but a lot of people I think are running into the issue where they're noticing that if you upgrade your... Like if we went here to our clay pit and we upgraded this to a deep mine right now, the production rate would go down significantly. Which has always been the case. Like deep mines have always reduced the productivity, you know, compared to their mining rates of just the surface materials. However, so I told, you know, I suggested, like Chill Pill was asking about that. I told him, like, you know, make sure you mine out like right here we have 1,190 clay in the surface. Make sure you mine that out and then upgrade the deep mine to the deposit to the deep mine. You know what I mean? So that way you get all the surface deposit at a higher rate before you move to the lower rate of production, but then it becomes indefinite. But then he was saying that after his mine depleted, once he got to 0, then the mine just like went away, got destroyed, and he didn't have the option to upgrade the deep mine. In my experience, I thought I remembered that, you know, you could get the surface deposit to 0, the mine would still exist, like the building would still exist, right? And you could still upgrade it. But I might be incorrect. Like it sounded like he was saying, he said that it, then he lost his mine, you know, and then lost the opportunity to upgrade it to the deep mine. So yeah, definitely, once again, yeah, I apologize if that was incorrect. I genuinely remember being able to access the mine building after the surface resources have been depleted. Does anyone else have any insight on that? Unfortunately, we can only test it on a rich vein, so it would take us forever to get through. You know, maybe I'll keep this running in the background like later in the day or something, but I don't think we'll be able to get through it right now because it's just too many resources to get through. But sorry, Concept, I missed your question here too. What do we do with pelts? Yeah, just sell them. Just sell them, Concept. Yeah, 100%. Pelts are basically only, yeah, they have no use right now other than just a basic trade item, yeah. I assume down the line, maybe they'll be used for, you know, fur-lined shoes or some crap like that. But yeah, for now, they literally don't do anything other than just sell them, yeah. Oh, I didn't know that if you use mods, it'll actually say something like down here, huh? Interesting. Yeah, I've never used any mods, so. Love the new version. There's so many bugs. Yeah, no, that's true, man. I know. Well, I mean, you know, it is technically a beta, right? It is a beta, so obviously you know, beta is bound to have bugs, of course. But yeah, no, I do totally understand what you mean. Yeah. You would prefer a less dramatic changes. Yeah, I agree, Dave. That's what I agree with too. But here's the thing. I feel like why we're in this situation, you know, why Manor Lords is in this situation. I was actually thinking about making a video just about this, just because, you know, I know a lot of the stuff I post is like guides and stuff, but with the, you know, all the opinions and stuff about the game, I did want, yeah, I felt like maybe I'll make a video about it, but kind of a synopsis here. TLDR is that I would also have preferred that they didn't take on so many drastic changes at once, but I also I understand why they did, because it's a result of them expanding the team, right? So they expanded the team within the last year, and they brought on several new developers and stuff. And Greg actually wrote in the patch notes for the beta, the current beta, he wrote in the patch notes there, if you open up that article, it says, you know, he's like, first of all, sorry things have taken so long. Let me give you some insight on why that is. And he basically admits, like, look, I've got like 7 years worth of spaghetti code in this project, right? Which did not, you know, help with when they brought in these new developers and new team members. They came onto the project and were just like, what the heck is going on, right? Like, what is what is this mess that you have created in Unreal Engine? You know what I mean? So I think that just led to them being like, look, instead of us just like putting band-aids on all this stuff and kind of extending, you know, making the mess even messier, let's just take the opportunity to like revamp a bunch of stuff, and then that way our team, with this new workflow of the team, can move forward in a better, more efficient way, right? I'm really hoping that that's, you know, that's kind of basically what they said. Obviously, you know, I don't work for Manor Lords, and I don't have all the inside scoop or whatever, but I'm hoping and assuming that that is basically the case. That is why, you know, that is why it was such drastic changes. That's why we've experienced, you know, the delays and whatever. But it's kind of a double-edged sword though, right? Because it's like, it's great that they're expanding the team and reinvesting profits, right, into being like, hey, let's expand the team. Let's bring on more developers. Let's bring on full-time. They have like a full-time map designer, full-time artist. You know what I mean? That's awesome, right? That's fantastic. But then we have the other side of the coin where it's like, oh well, this is gonna be hard to like integrate these guys into the project because you know, 7 years of solo dev spaghetti code doesn't really make that a very easy process. We had a lightning storm. We will rebuild. We will rebuild. All right, looks like Baron's not coming this year. He's got to be coming. He's got to be coming within the coming months of the upcoming year, right? All right, Ale's fine. We're fine on pretty much everything. Approval's fine. I'm not gonna worry about like the clothing and stuff. I mean, maybe we just. I mean, we're producing yarn. Maybe we just. Yeah, why not? Whatever. Let's just upgrade one house and let's just do one tailor shop. Maybe we could import like some fruits or produce or whatever just to upgrade a couple of these houses, but I'm not gonna worry too much about that kind of stuff. We have so much money, like I don't know, let's just do like a 1% tax just to keep it something, but really not much. Let's take a look here. Okay, so we're oversaturated right here. This is a good, we're stopping on charcoal for now. I don't want to sell it at the lower price, so we want to keep an eye on the market saturation here. So we can see here, we've got a lower export price right now with the charcoal. Don't want to be, we want to reset that, get maximum profits again.
You'll not find finer wares anywhere else.
Let's take a look here. Carrots are still significantly ahead of cabbages. Yeah, you have over 200 sheep and slaughter for 1 month every year. Yeah, dude, that's a good go-to for now. Yeah, 100%. Just 1 month of slaughtering, and then we got enough mutton for the whole year. Yeah, 100%. Ignoring all the bugs. Yeah, you like the changes, and battles are more interesting. Yep, but if I'm struggling with a single development level, what will happen when they enable all of them? Yeah, I know what you mean. Like you mentioned earlier, Smarties, that it's a little bit overwhelming with the new development system. Every single development point has like 3 things on it and a penalty, so it has like 4 factors involved with like every single development point right now, which can be a lot to take into consideration. I agree. Yeah. And then, like you said, I mean, when we look at the tree here, it's like, dude, how many more of these things are coming? I mean, this is a pretty extensive looking tree here, right? Holy crap. So yeah, totally. You've had that deep mine bug. Oh, okay, so Dave, you have noticed, so going back to what we were talking about earlier, Dave and Marcus, so, okay, interesting. So you guys, okay. So I think I was wrong. I think I was just wrong, Chill Pill, and I apologize, dude. Yeah. No, it sounds like I was just wrong on that one. Yeah. Unfortunate. Okay, yeah, sorry about that one. I guess, yeah, you probably have a playthrough where you lost your iron deposit or something, and that's probably my fault, so sorry about that, dude. Now we know. That's why you guys are here. Okay. So I guess, so that being said, so modify the strategy. Everything I said about the surface materials versus the deep mining rates and all that kind of stuff does still apply. So I guess we basically just modify the strategy to be like, mine out 95% of the surface materials, right, and then upgrade to deep mine. So you know, if I was mining this one, I would let it, you know, once I saw that there was like 100 resources left or less or whatever, and I'm thinking like, oh, this thing might get depleted soon, and I don't want to get distracted and then forget about it. That's probably the point where we add the deep mine then, right? But we do want to, you do want to try to get like as much of the surface deposit as possible, because that is definitely a higher production rate. But then that being said, I guess you just need to keep an eye on it to make sure that... Is there a... No, okay. I was going to say, maybe I was wondering if there was, on the advanced tab, if they would allow us to, you know what I mean, like a reserve, right? That's kind of silly, though. That seems like they should allow the deep mine to be accessible even after you've depleted it. But anyways, now we know. Now we know. Sorry about that. Good evening, Filmo. How you doing? Welcome in. All right. What are we doing here? We're chilling on... The fuel's going to rack up again because we stopped trading charcoal for now because it's a low price. Honestly, I think we're just kind of chilling right now. We're just kind of coasting. We're going to get this... We're going to turn this into a tailor's workshop. And then we'll probably create some clothes. Maybe we'll try to import, you know, a little bit of animal produce or fruits or whatever. See if we can get a couple of these houses level 3. But yeah, we're nearing the end. I just really want to get a big battle with the Baron here before we wrap up this stream, guys. So, but it's got to be happening in the upcoming year. It's got to be, because he's had the whole map and he didn't attack at all the last year. So, that being said, what is going on with his troops over here, dude? What is going on? What are you guys doing? You guys holding it down, huh? Holding down the mountainside? The Baron, hey, this is top priority, alright? Baron was like, look, I need you guys to fortify this mountainside, and if you guys leave this mountainside, like, dude, don't even bother coming back to the town. Because you're not welcome. Look at these guys, dude. They are holding fast. Wow, okay. Let's see. Yeah. No, it's all good. Yeah, I got you, Chill. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, all good, dude. Yeah. I know, right? Yeah, that being said, it kind of feels like you should just avoid using the deep mine, like, in general right now, just because the production rates are so not good. But yeah. That being said, I mean, if you mine out the majority of the surface and you know, it is better than nothing, right? But yeah. I mean, you guys can see how easy it's been to just maintain a little bit of iron in the town to keep up with tools, for example. So I know a lot of people have struggled with like the iron situation. So honestly, I would recommend just approaching it this way. Use your power of economy in, you know, any way possible. Like, you know, that's a perfect example of how you can just use your economy to be like, you know what? I got a slow production rate on iron, but guess what? I got a massive economy. So who cares? You know? Alright, we got our tailor. They're going to start making some clothes with yarn. We'll see what happens. I mean, I doubt we'll, you know, because of the buggy behavior here, we probably won't see it, you know, really catch up realistically, but we'll see what happens. Once again here, guys, though, I think we can go ahead and confidently say carrots. Look at this. I mean, we haven't even seen the cabbages come even remotely close to the carrots. And, yeah, of course, we don't have, these aren't at level 3 houses, so, you know, we're missing some labor. But it's the same for both, right? They both have 2 families. They both have a similar sized backyard. I didn't measure it exactly, obviously, but, you know, I don't think there's any... The minor differences that there might be here is not going to account for there being, like, you know, what are we looking at here? 6 times more carrots than cabbages typically, right? So, like right now, so... Yeah, I don't know, guys. It looks like carrots are just the way. Beetroots are kind of blah as well. So if we're looking veggies here, looking like we're recommending carrots. Looking like we're recommending carrots all the way. And then for fruits, like I said, we don't have orchards here necessarily to see firsthand, but pears are great. Highly recommend pears. Apples are also still really good. Quinces, blah. I wouldn't bother with the lower tier for either of those. Quinces or beetroots, not worth it at all. Looks like cabbages necessarily aren't really worth it either, but the pears are worth it on the fruit, I would say, yeah. I think the pears are good. At least what I've noticed so far. You've learned quite a bit from the stream. That's great to hear, Marcus. Thank you. Thanks everyone for sharing their insights. Yeah, dude. I know, it's great. I really appreciate you guys being here. And yeah, we're going to be wrapping it up real soon here. But like I said, obviously more guides, more videos, all that coming to the channel consistently. But definitely going to start, I'm going to keep doing more live streams too. This went really well. I think the next, once again, I want to get to the point. We'll go into the next year here. I want to get one big battle with the Baron here before we wrap up this stream for today. But I'll probably go live again on Sunday morning for me. I'm Pacific time and USA West Coast. Yeah, I hope you have a great rest of your day there, Marcus, though. Thank you for being here, dude. Robin, what's up, dude? Build your army. I know, if we don't have something to do. I know, right? Well, we got our army here, dude. We got the treasury. The treasury is our army. Oh yeah, we can. Let's fill out our retinue. Just spam click that because we got a ton of treasury. Cool. Let's up the tax again a little bit. Oh, I'm stuck and paused. Oh, we're good. All right. All right, let's get a little bit more. Let's just do like 10%, dude. All right, cool. So we got a full retinue. We have one archer militia, and I think like in the start of the year, we'll maybe start buying a couple companies of militia, so we have them ready. And then it also, so every time, the way the militia pool works right now is that there's only ever going to be 3 available, but there's more than 3 companies in total. But there's only going to be 3 per each month. So like if we bought all 3 of these right now, then we would have them, and then a new month would roll around, and then we would have access to another set of 3 that we could buy. So that's how we'll be able to get more mercenary groups. So we'll probably start buying the mercenaries in the beginning of the coming year. And then we'll have like a full army of them, you know what I mean? I need to run to the restroom real quick, guys. I'm just going to leave it like this for right now, so you guys can check out the views. I'm just going to be right back real quick. Just like 2 minutes. Be right back.
Firewood, firewood.
All right, back. Let's do this. All right, I'm gonna go 12x here because I want to zoom ahead into the next year. I want to get this. We're on the home stretch here. We're ready to take on the Baron, guys. Yeah, we're low on fuel. We were low on fuel. Yes, but I think we're good now because we turned off since we had the oversaturation for charcoal. We are halting trade right now, so we're building up our fuel supply here. So that was good timing in that regard, since we have winter coming and we're slowing down on the charcoal sales. Good. Yeah, no, that is true though, Chill Pill. Yeah, there is like a big chunk of wasted area here on the cabbage area. That being said, I don't think that's accounting for the significant gap we're seeing here, right? But yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think that maybe there is a little bit of wasted space there that could be contributing, but I don't think it's enough for us to be seeing a difference of, 5 times the amount, right? And right now we're probably, I have it at 12x, so there's gonna, I'll slow it down for a second here and there just to get them to sort out their pathing issues. But let's see, we're done on fishing right now. No winter fishing. Yada yada. Yeah, let's mine some clay during the winter. Why not? Mine it up. Oh, see, look. Okay, guys, look at this. Okay, guys. How many we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 houses that are level 2. 2 of them are double. Right? So that's, what, like 9 families, right? That are consuming clothing. I just put up the single tailor shop, and, I mean, look, all of these houses have clothing, and we actually have extra clothing. So, yeah. I mean, I know it is like definitely bugged. I know a lot of people are like really struggling with this. I do genuinely feel like if you are struggling with the clothing, right? Once again, this being said, it is broken. It's 100% broken, and it will be like the rates here of the production of the clothes are about 6 times higher than they should be. That being said, I do feel like if you're struggling with producing or keeping up with the clothing right now, it's either that you have a really large town, in which case that's just kind of, it is what it is to that extent. But if you have more of a modest-sized town and you're struggling to keep up with the clothing, I do genuinely feel like it's going to come down to more of like a logistical issue, right? Your logistical setup and stuff. As we can see, we've got sheep over here, sheep farm right here, weaver right here, and tailor right here. And we are actually gaining on our clothing while we're supplying. Once again, I only have, we don't have like a full town of level 2 housing, of course. I'm just giving a little bit more perspective here on. I've seen a lot of comments from people, people arguing me in the comments of some videos, like, dude, my clothing's disappearing. I'm telling you, it's just disappearing. And I'm like, dude, it's not disappearing. I'm telling you, it's not disappearing. It's just being consumed at a very high rate. If it's disappearing, what that means is that you're consuming it faster than you're producing it. It's definitely not disappearing. It's just being consumed at a rate that's 6 times faster than it should be consumed. So a lot of times it can, if you're not overproducing heavily, then it's basically just going to disappear, yeah. That being said, it's broken. It's definitely broken, so, yeah. Oh yeah, we can have a maximum of 9 mercenaries. Yes. Yeah, gotcha. What are the thoughts on upgrading the retinue to heavy armor? Oh yeah, it's a good question, Dave. That one is, yeah, it depends. I mean, so first of all, depends on obviously if you have the money available or whatever. But there's other factors to consider. When you put the plate mail on them, they actually move slower. They're more weighed down, or they have more weight to carry. They actually move. You'll notice it. They move significantly slower, which isn't like too big of a deal. Like when you're in the battles, you know what I mean. However, it is a pretty. It can really hinder you if so. Let's just for example here. I don't know. Say for example, we're on a specific situation here in this High Peaks map, so this might not be the best specific example, but say we were on like, I don't know, the Winding River map or something, right? And we were going to like we were battling with the Baron on like a claim. That like we said earlier, the regions on the Winding River map are really big, and sometimes the paths that they need to take are really long because they need to go like to the bridge crossing area, and you know what I'm talking about, right? So if you're moving your army across like a long distance, your retinue will definitely fall behind. Like they will get there. I mean, I've noticed, like, I've had full battles before, and then it's like then the retinue shows up if the battle's already done. You know what I mean? Because they're just moving so slow. So it's you just kind of need to take that into account. So it is, it is good for them to have the armor. They definitely gain more. They gain more defense and stuff. But the movement speed needs to be taken into account. Yeah. So I would say, like, for me in this situation, probably wouldn't be too much of an issue, right? Because we're on a smaller, more condensed map. I guess I don't think I'll really find myself in a situation where the long travel distances would create a situation like that. But kind of like we were talking about earlier, right? With like when the raiders came and the travel distance that could potentially be involved with when you get mercenaries or whatever. Kind of just keep that in mind. If you were to upgrade your retinue, you'll definitely notice when they move, they are slower for sure. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Chill. Like I said, yeah, I only have this is a smaller sample size here for sure. We're not I don't have a full town of level 2 houses for sure. But yeah, if we continue to ramp this up, then our clothing, there's no way this one tailor shop could keep up with if we were continuing to level up houses with the current rates. Yeah, no way. Then we'd need more and more and more tailor shops or whatever. Yeah. But yeah, I'm also thinking, guys, I saw, this is another side note that I want to point out here. If anyone has noticed this as well, we can actually take a look here and see for ourselves. I did see someone comment on the bread video that the the ale production is also 4-1 at the brewery, because I'm noticing, like, I mean, we're only what are we importing? 20 we're just keeping 20 barley around at a time. And look how much ale we have. I mean, that's a crazy amount of ale. That feels like way, I don't know if the consumption rate is lower or if the brewery's making more of it or what. But I feel like keeping up with ale used to be way more of a demand, way more of a challenge. I don't know if it's true that the brewery creates 4 beer from 1 malt. Is that true? They just use 1 malt. Let's see what happens. There's 2 beer. They use another one. So it looks like it's 2 beer per malt is what we're seeing, right? It's looking like we're seeing 2 beer per malt. Okay. So I wonder, was it 1 beer per malt before and then it got doubled? Now it's 2 beer per malt? I did see someone commenting that the brewery got buffed similar to the, like I was showing on the bread video. And we can see we have a ton of ale lying around, so maybe that did get buffed. Click on people of buildings, check productivity. Yeah, no, that's very true too. Yeah, absolutely, Chill Phil. Yeah, 100%. So if we were to go, for example, I don't know, charcoal, and we want to see how productive is this charcoal? Do we have a good, efficient logistical setup or not? We go to the people tab, and we see right here. So, I mean, these guys are spending a significant amount of time on transportation, right? So, yeah, I mean, maybe we could even, make this even more efficient where there is less transportation time. That being said, I mean, we have our woodcutter right next door. We have the trading post right next door. We got the storehouse right here. Things are pretty condensed. It would be harder to make it more, more efficient layout than that in that regard. But yeah, that is definitely like Chill Pill said. That's how you go ahead and check like Taylor's workshop. What's going on? Are they spending a bunch of time like waiting around or transporting the goods, or what's going on? Absolutely, yeah. So that's definitely what you do to check in. Like, do I is my setup good, or does it seem like I need to make adjustments? Honestly, I think we're just kind of zooming. We're just kind of zooming here. Let's turn this down again. Yeah, sure, that's fine. All right, we're just going to zoom into this here, and we're going to engage the Baron. Now is the time. We're going to start building up our... Let's start yanking these... let's yank these up here. I don't know if we want to hang on to this one. That's... this one we might want to leave, because that's a very steep price to hang on to for we don't know how many months, right? So I'm just going to snag these 2 for now. Okay, and so we can see we have a monthly cost of 120 now. Looks like we registered. See, so we're going to have to keep an eye on our treasury and stuff from this point forward. Now that we're investing, we're making our military moves. Okay, see, the price has gone back to normal. It looks like it hasn't completely reset, but the price is back to normal. We could start selling charcoal again. Let's just go ahead and do that. We could also, we mine some clay during the winter there. We could sell some clay, but, you know, we don't have too much of it, but... Alright, I mean, at this point, we're pretty much just kind of waiting the Baron to make his move, you know? Let's go. Let's go, Baron! Come at me! Alright, let's find these guys. Let's bring these guys. See, so, for example, look, like, these guys spawned all the way across the map. So, like, it's good that we got them ahead of time, because they've got a significant amount of travel time to make it over here. So we're starting to get our military gathered. Let's just have them gather up on this hill, I guess. That seems like a good gathering spot. Enemy here we go! Look at that! Right on cue. Right on cue, guys. This is it. Here we go. Baron's coming. Alright. Empty the war chest. Are we ready, guys? Are we ready or what? Let's go. Alright, here we go. This is our army. And we have our archer militia. We're going to rally these guys up. Everyone rally up. Rally up. Here we go, guys. This is it. Okay, we got to bring the rest of... Where's the rest of our... We just got to make sure all of our... We got to get everyone converging here. Everyone moving across the map. See, we got more people that are way the heck up here. Alright, so we're going to get our military gathered, but we need to engage this battle by the time this timer goes up, obviously. So we're just going to use the time that we have right now to get set up, and we're going to get all of our troops moved into position. We need to keep an eye. Look at the cost right here. 540 treasury per month to maintain all of these mercenaries. That is very expensive, so we really need to keep an eye on our... We're investing heavily into this battle financially, so we cannot let that overdraft. We can't have any overdraft fees. Okay, turn off the running thing so they don't waste their stamina here. Alright, we're getting all gathered up. Okay. I'm going to keep our eye on these steep prices here. And as a matter of fact, to give ourselves a little bit more leeway, I'm going to do an aggressive tax right here. A one-time aggressive tax of like 25%. It's going to be an approval hit. We'll still be fine. But I'm just going to make sure that we are in the clear with our costs here. You know what I mean? Because who knows how long this battle is going to last. Could take a little bit more time for, you know, Baron to get his troops here and everything to assemble. So we got to account for that. Alright, that being said, we're going to go ahead and accept this now, because we don't want the timer to run out. There we go. Let's go, baby! Your enemy reaches the place the battle's over. Yeah, it's because they're weighed down by all that armor, dude. Glad you're alive. Hey, what's up, LLRX? What's going on, dude? Head has cracked. No! Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know. There's a lot to take in with all these adjustments, dude. Best way to build a farm, and how many farmhouses I need for actual farming. Let's see. I'll answer a bit more about that in a sec. We're about to go a big battle here with the Baron. Massive battle. All right, what's going on? Where's he coming from? He's not here yet. Oh, okay, look at that. So we're already in the battle. He wants to battle here. This is kind of a weird thing with how the battles work with like the Baron, but you'll notice like oftentimes, and here's the reason why. So oftentimes the battlefield location will not act like he's contesting my region here, right? So why are we not why is the battle zone not in the region? It's because the Baron wants the morale boost of, right? So like when our units are in our own home region, they get an effectiveness boost, a morale boost for being in their home region. Baron wants that for his own units. He wants that home region bonus for himself. So he's trying to force us to battle in his region. So our units do not have that effectiveness bonus, and his do. right? So we always got to kind of... The battlefield location is a little weird, but that being said, this is a bit of an advantageous situation here. Because look, he's coming from the south, and he's going to have to run up this hill. We have the high ground here. We have a hill that we can fortify here. So we're going to set up archers. So now is the time when we want to think about what is our strategic, our military strategy going to be here. These guys are really far away. I'm going to put these guys on sprint. These guys are really far away, and we need them to get here. So these guys, I'm going to put them on sprint. Okay? And we're thinking about this enemy unit, enemy army, heading our way. So we're going to line up this cliffside. So what I like to do here, guys, is we're going to have some archers. We only have 2 bands of archers that are here for now. We have more archers on the way. Crossbowmen, actually. So we need them. We should have 3... Oh, shoot. We have 3 more. Okay, so yeah, we only have 2 archers here, and we have 3 more on the way. Okay, so we're limited to start on archers. So we're going to have a limited amount of archers to start, but that's okay. The other ones will be here. Ugh, God, they're still a ways out, but hopefully they make it. We will utilize this high ground as best as we can. So I'm going to move some guys to the side. So what I like to do is everywhere we have archers, we want to have at least a band of melee units nearby, ready to defend. You don't want your archers to get hit by enemy melee, basically ever. The archers need to stay mobile. Archers need to be constantly ready to move and adjust position. We have a lot of melee units at our disposal, though, so we have many different options for that. Okay, so I like to keep the brigands. If you have these guys, the raiders, the brigands, they're not, you know, they're weak armor, and, you know, they don't do as much damage and stuff. These guys are really good at, like, chasing down enemy archer companies. So we'll see what happens as they come up the hill here. But we're going to utilize this high ground as best as possible. We should probably start seeing some volleys coming out pretty soon. They're going to be coming into range here pretty soon. Once again, we're not necessarily... These volleys are not like to be like, oh, we're gonna just rip apart his army just with a couple volleys here. No, this is more just like we're getting some initial damage, and we're baiting them into our trap. There we go. So we do have arrows going in as they're coming up the hill. That's good. Once again, our goal is not necessarily to wipe them out just with volleys of arrows. That's not feasible. We're going to start moving up our melee guys. So you'll see here, they're going to want to charge our archers, but then they're going to realize that's not a possibility, and they're going to start getting confused. So here we go. We're going to cut these guys off. So see how they want to... Look at them. They want to charge our archers. You see these guys right here, the brigands? See how, notice they're kind of zigzagging right now? Because they're confused. They want to attack our archers, but they're realizing, shit, we're kind of cut off. So now these guys are charging at our archers right here. We're moving in our military, our melee units. We're going to have these guys get in the way. We're going to go defense, shield wall, engage. Defense, shield wall, engage. Block them off. Same thing right here. Defense, shield wall, engage, block. Get in there. These guys can charge. This is a very heavily outfitted retinue. These guys can chew through these guys. Now, these guys are cut off. We've cut off their initial... These guys were charging up the hill trying to get our archers. We've cut them off. Now, let's get our archers. Let's move ahead on our... We had some people ready on the flanks. Let's get these guys on sprint. Move in. Start moving our archers around the side. Just like we did earlier. Archers move. Archers stay mobile. Sprint, sprint, sprint. These guys move up. And you want to get behind. As much as you can get behind enemy lines, the better. So we're moving. We're rotating around right now. Any troops that are not currently engaged are rotating around. Behind enemy lines. So here we have these guys ready to flank. Perfect. Get in there, flank. You guys are ready. So just like I said, these brigands, see how we kind of kept them on the side? These guys are free. Look at this. Enemy band of archers right here, freely shooting. We can't have that. Brigands, go chase them down. Okay. Archers have safely moved off to the side. That being said, they're only safe for so long. We need support over here. So we're gonna unshield wall. These guys have completely... Look, they had a full retinue right here. Done. Already gone. We've already chewed through their initial melee push. So these guys can turn, engage. Turn, engage. Do not let these guys reach our archers. Archers, keep kiting. Keep mobile. Keep trying to find a better angle to get behind enemy lines. That's the goal. That's the goal. Charge in. We're charging up. These guys can engage here too. And right here we have a perfect opportunity to sandwich these guys. Look, these guys are engaged. We're going to put these ones on defense. So these guys are taking the attention of this melee company. And we're going to bring in our own melee company from behind. Charge in, lads. Now these guys are going to get absolutely obliterated right here. Here we go. Look at that. They didn't even want the smoke. Look at that. They came up from behind. They were like, nah, we surrender. Already, look at that. We're good. I think the only thing that's left is the archers, and they're just being chased down. We've had our brigands chasing the archers the whole time. So these archers really didn't do anything. All they've been doing is just running from our brigands the whole time. Get him, boys! Get him! There we go. I mean that was pretty easy, right? I mean I think our army was quite a bit bigger. But yeah, I mean the tactics of you want to use the melee units to like block off their push and defend your archers, keep your archers mobile, get them into strategic positions where they can get behind enemy lines, try to sandwich the enemy companies as much as possible. Oh, there we go. We did it! Victory! There we go, guys. Cool. So we made it to we've got a solid town going here. Trade is strong. Food is strong. Our military is strong. We just took down the Baron. He tried to take our lands. We defended. There we go, guys. We're cooking. Once again, this is all on the challenging settings here. So, yeah, hopefully, guys, you've been able to see some, techniques or strategies or whatever that, you can use for yourself. We've had some great discussions in the chat here. Really great suggestions from some of you guys. Really appreciate that. We're gonna do more live streams. Like I said, I think Sunday. We'll probably go live on Sunday. But yeah, if you guys have any input on a time or day time kind of thing that works best for you, I'll probably make a post or something on the channel here. If you guys have any input on like a weekly live stream thing or something like that, that would be great. I think this has gone really well. It's been awesome hearing your guys' input and being able to answer some questions, and I've learned some stuff too, personally. Some of your guys' input has been really, really good. Yeah, let's take a look at that cabbage here real quick. I mean, it looks like they're mostly productive. There is a decent amount of waiting involved at the cabbage farm. I assume... Why would they be waiting? Because the storage was full, maybe? Maybe that was from the earlier issue when we had the storage bottleneck. But yeah, here, let's compare here. I mean, it's the same on the carrots, though. I mean, yeah, so the carrots and the cabbage pretty much have the same exact labor breakdown, so... Yeah, that is interesting. But, I mean, so far, I mean, as you guys can see, right? I mean, looking like carrots are pretty much the way to go for veggies, yeah. I find if you can drag the battlefield. Oh, yeah, like it'll kind of adjust the battlefield location or whatever. Yeah, that is true. That is true. That is true. Yeah, you can kind of manipulate it a little bit to get the battlefield location to move or whatever. Heck yeah. But yeah, guys, so on Sunday, I hope to see you guys on Sunday. For me, I'm West Coast, USA, West Coast, Pacific time, so it's kind of like morning for me, so morning Sunday or whatever. Hope to see you guys then. We can continue on this one, or we can start a new one, or whatever we want to do. Let's make sure we save this. I think I need to delete some old. I got I got so many old saves still sitting around that they're not even good anymore. But they're taking up too much space now. all these old playthroughs, dude. Rest in peace. Recording, test mark. All these recording checkpoints, dude. Trade, filming, checkpoint. Oh my gosh. I gotta clear up more space here. We should be able to save now. Yeah, there we go. Alright, Baron challenging stream 1. Yeah, we need to let these guys go back to work, yeah. Cool. Yeah, disband the shoulders, yes. Yeah, that's true. Let's check the resource tab here real quick, just to be double sure. Let's go. Yeah, I guess 12 months is the max that we can see, right? Yeah, I mean, here we go, right? Here's the proof, right? Double the production. So, literally double. So that's interesting. Yeah. Probably just change out the cabbage for apples. Yes. Totally, Dave. Yeah, 100%. I think that's the way. Yeah. Do a carrot, do a big carrot farm, and then do a big either apples or fruit or pears. I think are really good too. Or you don't need you could do two of each. You could do more than just one farm of each, of course. But yeah. Yeah. Cool, guys. Well, it's been a lot of fun, guys. You guys are the best. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the interactions, the input. It's been a lot of fun. It's really great having you guys here on the channel and interacting with you guys. And we're all learning, trying to make our best of the buggy game and whatever. But I mean, it's still a lot of fun. It's still so great, right? This game is still so amazing. So yes. So I hope to see you guys on Sunday. Or just, whenever soon around the channel. More videos coming, more live streams coming. Let me know if you think we should continue this on Sunday, or should we start a new playthrough? Should we go for some other kind of specific challenge, or should we try this or that or whatever? I'm definitely happy to, try out different things on the live streams. I think it's a really good opportunity to do so, and we can kind of learn together and discuss it. So I'll probably make a post here on the channel and just reply to that and let me know if you guys have any input or whatever. So thank you so much, guys. Yeah, Smarties, Chill Pill, Dave, yeah, everyone, appreciate you guys. And we're gonna be heading off from now, guys. GG's. Baron has been subdued for now, and we will we'll be ready to take him on again in the next time, huh? Cool. All right, guys, we're out. I'm signing off, guys. GG's. Thank you so much again. Hope to see you guys soon on the channel, or Sunday for the live stream. And keep your eye out on the channel here for that post if you want to give, if you have any input on what we should do for upcoming live streams, or if you have any input on like day and time maybe that would work for you. And yeah, we'll keep it going, guys. Thank you so much. We're out.